This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Decades after being shunned and spat upon, Vietnam veterans packed the National Museum of Military Vehicles for Wyoming Welcome Home Day on Sunday. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the museum's owner says, quote, "We have a chance to help veterans heal and give them the honor and recognition they didn't get."
It's an immersive experience. The owner, Dan Starks, he wants people to go in there and see it and understand it and really connect with other veterans to understand what they went through to support America. But in particular, he spent the most money on the Vietnam exhibit. He particularly wanted people to understand that war, to see what veterans faced. But it's a little too immersive for some of the Vietnam veterans who told me they went through it once and they won't go through it again because it just brings back too many memories.
Museum owner Dan Starks particularly wanted the Vietnam exhibit to be an immersive experience and spent the most money on that portion of his museum, which he says is the largest private collection of military vehicles in the world. Wyoming leaders and tech giants like Google, Meta, and Amazon will discuss whether the state can capture a share of the exploding AI data center boom at a closed-door Jackson summit this week. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Governor Gordon is saying this is a big deal for Wyoming.
He wrote to Cowboy State Daily, giving us a preview of some of his comments, and he compared it to some of the biggest moments in American history. He says that Wyoming is poised to deliver the nation's needs on Wyoming's terms. One of the hosts, an economics professor from the University of Wyoming, he's saying this summit is part of what is probably going to amount to the largest mobilization of human and financial capital in the history of the planet.
A March 2026 report from Black Ridge Research identified Wyoming among the states where the Stargate AI infrastructure project, which is a joint venture, might expand beyond its initial Texas base. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. The land is one of Wyoming's greatest teachers. It shows us that carelessness has consequences, and thoughtful management creates abundance. Programs like Wyoming Agriculture in the Classroom and Wyo Wonders help young people learn how science, agriculture, and conservation work together. Our curriculum, Wyo Wonders, is built for elementary students by Wyoming industry professionals. Use it for free now at wyowonders.org.
As spring and summer approach, you may be thinking of adding some trees, installing a fence, or any other excavation project at home or professionally planned. This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without first contacting 811 2 full business days before you begin. This free service allows utilities to mark their service lines, preventing damages and outages, as well as keeping the public safe. So go to onecallofwyoming.com today or dial 811.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Retired Navy Master Chief Mike Archer has a message for whoever stole a trailer holding a collection of military medals from in front of a Cheyenne VFW post last week. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that Archer says the collection is valued between $30,000 and $50,000.
It was actually a pretty incredible collection. Every medal, every decoration for every branch of the military, for every war going back to the Civil War, thousands of pieces. This collection even has 4 medals of honor, 1 for each branch of the service. But this whole really impressive collection that took them like 25 to 30 years to gather all these ribbons and medals and everything.
Archer calls the theft of the fully loaded white 16-foot cargo trailer the ultimate stolen valor because each of the decorations for the group exhibit represents a veteran's sacrifice. Bull sales in the Wyoming-Montana region are up 30% from a year ago as the trend in high cattle prices continues. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that most bulls are selling anywhere from $1,000 to $2,000 more than last year.
Bull prices are up in Montana and Wyoming. That is really good news for producers, for ranchers, for genetics companies. It also points to a constricted market for cattle. Cattle have seen a 75-year record low in population.
Driving the prices is a tight supply combined with America's big appetite for beef. As producers rebuild their herds, genetics are also becoming increasingly important. That drives the prices up as well. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Ships. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Ships, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyships.org today. I hope to see you soon.
Good morning, Wyoming. And the world. Yes, good morning. Welcome, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, right here on cowboystatedaily.com. My name's Jeff, filling in for Jake, as Jake is on a much-needed vacation. I'm going to need one after these 2 weeks. But, hey, join the program. Give me a call, 307-620-8866. We're not wasting any time this morning, as our investigative journalist, Jen Coker, is up early this morning. Good morning, Jen.
Good morning, Jeff. How's it going?
Oh, excellent. Day 2 after my 12-hour shift yesterday. I'm back. Ready for
You're doing
more.
a great job.
Of this gig and my normal gig.
Oh, you're double stacking.
Oh, I'm double stacking. It's Well, 1 down, 9 to go. That's all. That's all I can say.
There you go.
I mean, this was heart-wrenching, gut-wrenching, everything, your story last week, Jen, about these dogs in Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, whether you're an activist, whether you're just an animal lover, whether you're just a human, I mean, good golly. I lived in Madison for a couple years. I didn't realize this place even existed, and I was shamed when I was like, this is just outside of Madison. When I read it was in Dane County, I was like, what's going on here, Wisconsin?
No, you're not meant to know where those are. They operate very covertly, all of the animal research centers.
Yeah, it's so the story is, this, what is it, Riglin Farms?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ridgeland, I think.
Ridgeland Farms. It's this biomedical research facility and commercial breeder in Wisconsin, which is just outside of, it's Mount Horeb, Wisconsin, but it's like right outside of Madison.
Yeah.
So 100 activists showed up because this place it's been over a decade since they've had all these allegations against them. The whole time I'm pulling my hair out going, why has nothing ever happened to these people? It's crazy.
Yeah, and the criminal case was making its way through the pipeline, and what happened was basically they have until July 1st to shut down that breeding arm. Now the research center will continue as normal, but my understanding is the bulk of the allegations are within the breeding center. So so as of July 1st, this will no longer be operating, but in the meantime, they can continue selling dogs and business as usual until that date hits. So these activists had just had it. And they said, if the police and law enforcement won't step in to save these animals, we're going to do it. So they knowingly and willingly went there, and they called police, they called the DA and said, hey, we are going to go get these dogs. So please come help us. And of course, whether you agree with them or not, it's still technically breaking the law. And so they were, 27 of them were arrested and held on trespassing charges.
Yeah, this was back in March, and a lady from Rock Springs, Madhu Anderson, she was one of them, one of the 100 that showed up. 27 of them got arrested. Yeah, I mean, it's great that they contacted authorities beforehand. They even attended a training of nonviolent, peaceful protests.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they did everything right.
They did everything right, except they broke the law.
Yeah.
And if you, there's a guy, I don't know if you know this place, Jeff, the Kindness Ranch outside of Hartville near Lusk. Do you know that?
No,
it's an animal
I
sanctuary.
did not know it until I read your story.
Yeah. So John Raymer, who is the executive director, has been working tirelessly with Congress to try to pass laws to, protect these animals. And recently, Susan Collins introduced legislation in the U.S. Senate that will ensure these dogs or these animals, after their test trials, can either be adopted by people, go to animal sanctuaries, or some other rescue operation to give these dogs an afterlife. And John Raymer is against these activists breaking the law because whether or not we like it, this animal testing is legal in the U.S. So his argument is, let's change the laws because, when you break laws, there's consequences. I mean, these protesters are looking at trespassing charges, and I don't know what that means in Wisconsin.
Yeah. Yeah. Do they have to go back and appear on May 14th?
Yeah.
So yeah,
they do. Yeah, I think it's May 15th. They're supposed to be there in court to appear. And when I asked Mahood, "Are you going to pay those charges? Will you be there?" and she's like, "No, because we didn't break the law." So it's this, I think everybody sympathizes with them. I rarely get mail from readers. But this one, I got so many responses, and people are like, "You are going to heaven for writing about him." I'm like, I don't think you guys see what's going on here. But people were so passionate about saving these animals. And I think everybody, was on the same page. Nobody wants to see these animals harmed. But the debate is, what's the best way to protect them?
Yeah. There's a fine line on some things. And yeah, when you read the story, like I said, I mean, it doesn't matter who you are. I mean, if you have a heart at all. And then when you dive into the court documents, it's even worse. But yeah, so this Ridgeland Farms, I mean, it sounds like a wonderful place. 300 violations, the nation's second largest breeding facility, also facing animal cruelty allegations. I mean, the sanitization sounds just awful. People say they walk in and almost fall over from the scent of urine and feces.
Yeah.
I mean, cramped conditions. They've got dogs in crates. One guy says that when the dogs are fighting, they don't even separate the dogs. There's like 4,000 dogs, and what is there, 16 employees or something, and they're all supposed to have a human touch? It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, these animals do not have a human touch. None of these research animals do. And that's kind of, part of the problem too, because when they're doing these clinical trials, they don't want them to be, what's the word I'm looking for? They don't want them to turn into pets. They want them to remain lab subjects. So it's very hands off. These places are, I am 100% not into animal testing. But, and when you see how these animals are treated too, like they're spinning in cages, agitated, they're just cramped. It's along the same lines as the terrible factory farms where the chickens are just stacked on top of each other. It's a really, it's very inhumane in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, and reading the court documents, some of these people work there for 4 years. Some of them worked there for like a month. I was like, how could you even work there at all without having nightmares? They're doing surgeries without anesthesia, the small cages. I don't get why the gland in the eye. What's the significance of that? They were just like pulling out the gland and cutting it off without any anesthesia.
Yeah.
And then just letting the dogs bleed.
Yeah, that was the first time I'd ever heard of this. It's called a third eye. I had never heard of that. So I don't know what the purpose of that gland is, but obviously they don't need them if they're removing them.
Yeah.
But that was one of the operations that was uncovered in that 2019 undercover investigation. Or is it 2017? They were the subject of this undercover operation with covert employees and employees who quit. So it was really, they uncovered a lot of terrible going-ons there.
Yeah, they were also like drugging the dogs, but it wasn't anesthesia, and then opening their mouths and cutting their back flaps of their vocal cords so the dogs couldn't bark or they couldn't make as much noise.
It's horrible. It's horrible. So, and that's the protesters, that's their whole point. Every day that passes to get to that July 1st date, they're just like, no more. And they have not indicated, Ridgeland, that what they're going to do with any of the leftover animals that they have when that July 1st deadline hits.
Yeah, they're like, well, we're not letting any dogs get adopted right now, or and we have 2,000 of them, but don't worry about it. So they have to relinquish their license to commercially sell animals on July 1st as part of the plea agreement with local prosecutors. Nothing's even happening to them. It's just like, we'll give up our license for that, but no big deal. I mean, even in court documents, at the end of it, it's like, it says the Dane County District Attorney has done absolutely nothing. He knows all about this and has done nothing. It's crazy.
Yeah. And so you understand where the protesters are coming from.
I mean, I'm just like, I'm ready to go pound down the door. And do we know, Jen, what is it with beagles? Because there's another, even John, his wife just rescued 22 beagles from another place. I'm like, what's wrong with the damn beagle, or why are they testing the beagles?
Well, beagles are unfortunately the perfect test animal because of their dispositions. They're very friendly. They don't get hostile when they're hurt. And they're the perfect size.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's their temperament, their size, and more so their temperament, because they're very docile animals. So they love people. They're so they're the perfect test animal in that regard. Unfortunately for the beagle.
Yeah, I felt bad for the beagle. I was like, holy cow! What? Unreal.
Yeah, and I've been at the Kindness Ranch when a rescue shipment, I shouldn't say shipment, when the animals are brought in, and they are just so traumatized, and they have to be socialized for about 2 weeks before they can even leave their kennels when they first get there. And then the vet goes over, of course, and does their exam, but they are just skittish. They're afraid of humans, and you can just see what they've been through in their sad little eyes.
Oh, it's unreal. And when they're talking about dogs spinning in their cages, it's like, that is not right. That's
not right. And, in these tiny cages, so spinning is not, they're spinning awkwardly and probably hurting themselves as they spin in those tiny cages.
Yeah.
And to get a beagle that upset to spin, that's saying something. Those animals are really upset.
Yeah, it's not good. Well, and I mean, John, him and the protesters, they're kind of on the same side, but then it's weird when you read the story.
Well, I know. And John works with these facilities. So he has, as he said, he makes a deal with the devil basically to go. But these places are very skittish because they don't want you to know where they are, because protesters will show up and protest outside. And every time one of those protests happens, the facilities then are less willing to make deals with John. So John, will go and he has to sign NDAs. He can't say where they are. And he very quietly goes and rescues these dogs. And he, his point is every time one of these one of these protests happens, that hurts the movement overall.
Yeah. And I get his point, because he's like, there's, thousands of these dogs that are, getting mistreated, getting, tested. And when they go and save 22 of them, it's less than a half a percentage. So, and then, like you said, it's just setting it back because now they're on their heels. So, and
as John said too, everybody can universally agree that animal testing is bad. And he thinks it's going to be phased out within the next decade with scientific advancements in AI and everything else. So it's going to have a limited shelf life as far as animal testing. He's up on the industry, so he thinks it's being phased out quickly.
Yeah, so that's a good thing. But man,
that's a good thing.
I couldn't imagine 3,000 dogs. I have 2 dogs, and that's too much. I mean,
it's a lot, and the smell. Obviously they are not good stewards of these animals at the very least.
No, unreal. But it's just it's a great story to read. But yeah, I could see why you got a lot of comments on it, because you're fired up after you read it, and if you read some of the court documents, it's just like.
And if you dig into those court documents, you get even more fired up.
Yeah.
As you obviously did. Yeah. So, people and the protesters, they're planning to go back because July 1st can't get here soon enough.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. The place is still open. It's almost April, May, June. They still have 3 months to do whatever they want.
I know.
Come on, Madison. Yeah. Come on, Dane County. It's awful. Well, Jen, go find a murder mystery or something.
I'm working on a missing person right now.
See?
Yes.
There we go.
I'll get one for you, Jeff. Yeah.
Not Nancy Guthrie. Let's
No, not Nancy Guthrie. Boy, that's just dragging out. I'm surprised at how long this is taking them.
You could have found her by now, Jen.
I should have just gone there and gotten on it.
Yeah, we all should have. Unreal. Well, Jen, thanks so much for coming on.
Have
a great day.
You have a great day.
Yeah, you too. Thanks.
All 10 hours of it.
Yes, all 10 hours of it. Senator Ogden Driscoll coming up next.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Boom.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have.
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake right here on cowboystatedaily.com. Jeff filling in for him this week. Jake's on vacation. You You can join the program. Give me a call, 307-620-8866. You can also text this show. You can go on YouTube, chat with us on there. We're also streaming on X and Facebook. Well, Ogden Driscoll, he's a Republican member of the Wyoming Senate, representing the 1st District since 2011. Senate District 1 is the largest in Wyoming in geographic terms. House Speaker Chip Neiman has announced he's running for Senator Ogden Driscoll's Senate seat. Driscoll wasn't going to run again, but then changed his mind. We're excited to have Senator Driscoll joining the program. Well, good morning, Senator.
Good morning. Great to have a chance to be on and have a visit with you.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. I grew up in Buffalo, and there were some Driscolls over there. Wiley Driscoll, his dad, John, I imagine we're related somewhere down the road.
So Wiley's grandfather came up the Texas Trail with my great-great-grandfather. They came up together and came up to northeast Wyoming where we're at, and they branched off and went to Buffalo right away. So, yeah, they're direct relatives, about as close as I have. Don't know them very well. Great people. Really proud of their end of the family as well. They've got some incredible good family stories dating back to prior to statehood in Wyoming.
Yeah, you guys been around quite a while. When I went to Austin for the Wyoming Texas football game years ago, he told me about the Driscoll. So we had to go there and have a drink. And sweet place.
Yeah, incredible. It's that was my 3 greats grandfather, and yeah, we actually get a cheat in Wyoming. We claim that we've been ranching here for 8 generations, and he only came up one time. He came up right after the war when the Black Hills opened up, and he'd heard about it, and he came up here and staked out where our old home ranch was at west of here that we lost in the Depression. But that's he came up the one time and never came back up again. So his boys came up, and Wiley came up on one of the early trail herds with them.
Yeah, wow. Now, so you said you weren't running again. Then House Speaker Chip Neiman states his intentions of running for your seat. So how long did it take, Ogden, before the phone started ringing?
We'll correct you a little to start with. Speaker is Neiman. Not Neiman, it's Neiman.
Okay.
Old family, once again, kind of like ours. And, it took a long time as far as running. I really had decided I was not going to run again, and I had been pretty open about it that I didn't intend to. And, with the events that unfolded through the session this year and watching how things came leadership-wise on the Freedom Caucus, my phone rang off the hook that said, look, we want at all costs, and a huge part of it out of my district, we really don't want the Freedom Caucus making the move to the Senate side. And so, I actually had acquiesced to my wife on it, and my wife said, look, you have to run. I'm getting my friends calling me saying that you need to run. And so we sat down and had kind of a heart-to-heart with the kids that run our businesses and started polling through the people in the county to find out what my constituents really wanted. And we found out overwhelmingly the people we talked to really wanted the style of government that we have brought out of the Senate, which is, pro-business, saving money, forward things, not contractual, let's pull back, the sky is falling, the Freedom Caucus has. So, Chip is an incredible personality and a good guy. I'm not gonna go out there and disparage him or his personality. He just represents something that really is not the Wyoming way. And so it's really not a personal vendetta or battle between he and I. It's a battle about philosophies, where Wyoming goes and Senate District 1 goes forward. Are we going to put our arms around business and our constituents and try to take care of our people in our district? Or are we going to take a look at the skies falling and start slashing things in a time that we're really in a good solid time in Wyoming? We've laid a great foundation that's very well prepared for tough times in Wyoming, and we get it. We're a boom and bust state. It's going to happen again, but Wyoming's very well prepared for that, and we'll do the draconian cuts if we have to. But you don't have to do self-inflicted wounds in a time of really good surpluses.
Yeah, when Wyoming's still churning pretty good, so that's so Chip, he's in the House, you're in the Senate, you guys are in the same districts, like you said. I mean, you guys have all obviously had to rub shoulders sometime, so you guys have a good relationship.
Yeah, we have. We've worked together through the years, and not only are we in the same district, the fact of the matter is it's kind of an interesting choice in our district because we live 8 miles apart. So on the highway, and in truth, our ranches are probably within about 2.5, 3 miles of each other. So no, I'm a little older than Chip is. I've known him since he's basically been a very young man, watched him grow up and go through his stuff. And no, we're a tight community where we're at here. Everybody knows everybody. It's one of the things that makes it very different campaigning is there is no big deals that you can step up and say, well, I'm something I'm not, because you're going to go to one of the local establishments and someone's going to look you in the eye and say, we really don't appreciate you not telling us the truth.
Yeah. I mean, Nyman's a member of the Freedom Caucus. When all this stuff started happening with the Freedom Caucus, I imagine they probably came to you and wanted you to join the group, right?
No, the Freedom Caucus has never been in the Senate. So
okay, so it's just
they've got members that closely align with them, but they haven't been in the Senate. And the truth is, I've worked with them off and on, and it's been one of the things that's been really hard with us is they've confused me really going after their policies, and I disagree. I agree with a huge part of what the Freedom Caucus does. Between you and I'm very conservative. Contrary to what you're going to hear during the election is I'm a conservative guy. I grew up ag-wise with tough budgets and understanding, and I run a couple pretty sizable businesses that I understand really well. And, consequently, what I don't like what they do is the way they go about doing business. And, the example I'll give is Chip did do it. He wrote an editorial that came after me about how terrible I was because I voted for these things, yet went out publicly and disparaged what happened on them. And I still do that. We have one of them this year that is his own fingerprints, is the heartbeat bill. Really a great idea. I don't disagree with good parts of it, but they loaded it up and we told them before they started, look, it's going to go to court. If you're going to pass this bill the way it is, it will end up in court again. And they followed the predictable pattern of choosing my way or the highway and go to court rather than working with a group of people to try to figure out how to make good policy for Wyoming. And that's really what the base of this election is about, is do we all work together to forward good policy, or do we strategize and say, if we only had more people, we could flex our muscles and have it our way? And that's been the way they've done things. And, from the other end of it, on a personal basis, I've always had a policy, attack policies don't attack people. And that's why you hear me say, Chip's not a bad person. Don't ever anyone think that I'm out there saying that he's a bad person, because he's not. We just disagree on how Wyoming should structure its future going forward. And you ask about the Freedom Caucus, whether that was there. This is their move. This year's the move to the Senate. You've got, once again, Abby will tell you she's not Freedom Caucus, but votes, their block's easy to tell. The top tier, all their people voted together over 95% of the time. It's not very hard to tell when you vote 95% top to the bottom, you're Freedom Caucus. And so they want to bring that style of government to the Senate. And that's why the people in my district and across the state have said, time out. We're not sure we want text from D.C. coming to tell our people how to vote, and money from Jackson buying their way on things. And they really have. Big money's entered Wyoming politics now, and we got the billionaires giving money. And the truth is, my first Senate campaign was run on $7,000, and these campaigns today they're going to be $100,000 campaigns. And it reminds me of Washington, D.C. Please explain to me how someone like me is going to run for a deal that pays you $20,000 a year that you spend $100,000 to go get it, and you lose money while you have it. And so it tests your service, and it tests the donor deal, because everyone throws rocks at whoever gives the money on it. And the truth is, I've always kind of had a policy. I take money from about anybody. If you think you can buy me for $1,500, I'll pull my checkbook out and write a check tomorrow to my competitor and say, if you're going to vote for my way for $1,500, I'll buy your vote. The truth is campaigns are expensive and lots of people give you money that you might not align with, that think that you're going to make good decisions overall, even though you don't agree eye to eye with them on things. And I've got numbers of people supporting me that way. That the truth is, I don't do everything perfectly right. I do my share of missed calls. And by the way, I'm a conservative, but I'm a conservative that believes that we take care of our state employees, we take care of our state investments we have, and I'm very pro-business. And that means I probably get off this hardcore track that if someone's gonna be here, it's going to be without any help from the government. And it's not necessarily dollars. It's we need to help build infrastructure in our cities, and we need to support our cities and towns. And I'm one of those. They fought this year. They really didn't want to fund our local governments. The backfill money from when we took grocery taxes away, they fought to lower that. I fought to give our towns some more. The towns of Hewlett and Sundance, Moorcroft, Upton, Osage, good parts of Gillette, their infrastructure was built in the 1800s to 1930s, and it's wearing out. And they really, particularly the low population areas, have a very hard time on the taxes they raise to fix infrastructure. And on top of it, then we cut their part of the taxes without backfilling to them, which is really sad.
Yeah, there's one part of the article with you guys that, like on the budget bill with Governor Gordon, the Senate was $1 million off or something, and the House was $171 million off. Or it's crazy the difference between the Senate and the House right now.
Well, I take proud of that, real pride in that. The truth is, the engineering of the Senate side of the budget was 100% me. I came with a budget amendment that brought us back to Gov's rec because the cuts were draconian that came from the Freedom Caucus. Their cuts truly were, they'll tell you that it really wasn't that big a deal, that 40 million to UW wasn't a big deal. Well, it was hundreds of jobs. And, when I brought that budget amendment, it took a lot of work in the Senate to get people to understand what we were doing. And at the end of the day, they're still throwing rocks at everything that we did on the Senate side. That it's 1/10 of 1% difference between it. They'll tell you we're way more conservative than they are. It's 1/10 of 1% on the budget. It's a $10 billion budget and you're $100 million apart. It's semantics, basically. I mean, it's a lot of money, but it's semantics. And, the truth is Wyoming's a better place because of what the Senate did. And the people of Wyoming agreed. At the end of the day, the House Freedom Caucus, the vote in the House was 61-1 to support that budget. So for anybody that comes out and says Wyoming's spending way too much money and they're out of line, it's more campaign rhetoric, because the truth is every single one of them that's in there voted for that budget. And if you, from the bottom of your heart, think that budget was bad, you should have voted no on it. I mean, that's really what you do when you represent your district, is if you think we're spending sillily, you should have voted no. The other part of the budget, I'll tell you, is I was the engineer on it and put the biggest part of it together. But I did not get appointed to the conference committee, so I had no say in the final negotiations of how that budget was put together. That was a team of our leadership that went. And ironically, Chip put himself on the committee on the other side. So the one person out of the two of us that could have put their fingerprints all over that budget and had the ability to say, time out, let's wait, let's go another round of negotiations, was Speaker Nyman. He had control of that entire committee. It was a Freedom Caucus committee. And that committee took all of 15 minutes to agree that what the Senate had done was what they wanted to see happen. And I'm proud of that. We got them to come to our position, and I got something in my belief that I don't think anyone's ever seen. And I'll give credit to our leadership, both majority and minority on our side. Is the first time in my life that I've ever seen the governor stepped up and did a press conference that said, I'm a winner. My budget got adopted. I'm a big winner. Freedom Caucus did a press conference, came out and said, we're a winner. And then the Senate stepped up and said, we're a winner. And to me, that's when you really have accomplished something that matters. And that's part of what I'm running on. I've had a history, and I think you know that somewhat, of negotiating deals that look like tall hills that aren't going to get there. And I've really had the foresight to be able to engineer in particular the budget negotiations that people thought would never happen have come together, and we've got things through that have really paid big dividends for Wyoming. The 2 years I was president of the Senate, we put more money in savings than's ever been put in Wyoming's budget in its history. It amounts to, the interest income on that's been amounting to about $170 million a year that Wyoming taxpayers don't have to pay. And I'm exceptionally proud of that. We got an appropriations, and the Freedom Caucus fought. They didn't want to put money in long-term savings, and consequently, we didn't this year. That's one thing they won on that we didn't win. We didn't put that big chunk of money in long-term savings. And today in Wyoming, most of the voters don't understand that over 35% of our spending is from interest income, not from taxpayer dollars. And that is unbelievable. We put that fund together for future generations, but probably the biggest beneficiary of it is us right now, because we don't pay taxes because of that, and allowed us to cut property taxes, and it's allowed us to do alternative education, and it's allowed Wyoming to have flexibility that other states don't have. And I'm one of the ones, I didn't engineer the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund and our permanent funds, but I sure participated in making them bigger, and I'm proud of it. It's something that I will continue to fight for, is try to make the burden on the taxpayers get less and less and less over time, not create problems that we have to do more and more. And, I kind of coined a phrase on your show, I believe, a long time ago, that was, you can cut your way into a crisis. And I really believe that. If we go do draconian cuts before it's time, then when the crisis comes, you're all ready to the bone, and then you really have an honest crisis that you really got to hurt your fellow citizens. And I'm one of the ones it's hard for me, because you hear these guys say, well, I'm protecting the taxpayer, and they've forgotten that the snowplow truck drivers, the school teachers, the local law enforcement, they're all taxpayers too. And these guys all are very proud, and a lot of them are living on lower incomes. The truth is, state employees aren't highly paid. And consequently, they're part of the taxpayers that I think that I really have to protect. Is I need to protect my fellow ranchers and neighbors, the guys that work at the coal mines, the railroaders, but I also have to protect our state employees and make sure they're compensated fairly and they're patted on the back, because they all work hard for what they do. That's the differences I see. Is I'm a positive. The glass is half full, and I'm a positive guy going forward. And the Freedom Caucus is, the sky's falling, let's prepare for the Titanic today before we ever even look to see if there's an iceberg out there. Let's just plan for the disaster.
Yeah.
Or not even plan for it. Let's cut like we're in a disaster. Planning for it's fine, but actually making the cuts before efficient government makes sense. Cut where you can, keep it lean, keep it tough. But I think they found, when they doged the Department of Health, they found out that almost every program they do affects somebody directly. If you're going to doge that department, one, you're going to get rid of a lot of federal money, which we take hits from, but you're going to find out that your granddad that's in the nursing home, or your dad, is subsidized by the state of Wyoming, and he's going to get kicked out. The breast cancer screening, all kinds of things across the board. A lot of the mental health for the stuff, it goes away. And these are programs that we depend on in Wyoming. And we've got to figure out how we do it without the federal government over time. But right now, to just throw the baby out with the bathwater makes absolutely no sense. They did the classic example. Let's save $58 million on Indian health. We're obligated by treaty to pay it, and that deal didn't take them long to back up once they did it. But I sat in appropriations before they did the vote, after we'd had a very lengthy debate, and said, you folks need to really sit down and think about this, because you're going to own it. You're cutting healthcare services that are fully funded by the federal government, and you're looking our Native Americans in the eye that we promised in the treaty we'd take care of. And you're looking in the eye and said, we're going to throw you out just because we want to be proud that we're not taking federal dollars. And that just breaks my heart. Those kind of knee-jerk actions, that's why I'm running again.
Yeah, wow. Well, Senator Driscoll, can we keep you for a minute? Can we take a quick break and come back and talk for a second?
You bet.
All right, don't go anywhere. We have more with Senator Driscoll right after this.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
"14 minutes till the top of the hour. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake right here on cowboystatedaily.com. My name's Jeff, hanging out, filling in for Jake this week while he's on vacation. We have Senator Ogden Driscoll in the Zoom room chatting with us this morning. He is running for re-election for his Senate seat in the 1st District. He's been the senator since 2011. Chip Nyman has announced he's running for it as well, and Senator Driscoll was thinking about retiring, but not just quite yet. My grandpa is John Martin, and he was the House Speaker, he was in, I don't know how long, 27 years or something. The last couple of years when I was seeing all this going on, I was like, boy, I wonder what Grandpa would think. Because, you remind me a lot, Ogden, of like you got the old school versus the new school, and he was definitely old school.
So John Martin was a close friend of mine, and, I've built my political career on their shoulders. Every year when I've gone in and when I was in leadership, I made my speech always centered around the people on the wall in the Capitol. And I grew up as a young man with those people, some of them my mentors, but a lot of them guys that I just respected, watched how they did business. And Martin's, as a family, Wyoming's so full of great family histories. And Martins have got a history that I know pieces of that's incredible. And those guys were the statesmen that I want to be, and they're who I want to emulate. So for my end, you're dead on. The Cliff Hansons, the John Martins, those people are what made Wyoming what it is today. And you can say that with a grin on your face. These guys built a background and an infrastructure that's second to none. It's envied by every state in the nation. And they did it with hard work and a lot of common sense. And that's really what I think that's what this race is about. Is I am, and you hit it on the head, is it's old school versus new school. And I take some pride, and I probably do some stuff a little bit more like a lot of people's granddads than their kids. Is I tend to take a pretty hefty road that, ethics and morals matters incredibly to me. What you do matters incredibly to me and to the state. And, I tend to look at things in the lens that my kids are running my businesses now. I don't worry a whole lot about my kids, but I worry a whole lot about my grandkids, great grandkids, and the future generations. So you tend to see me probably looking down the road enough. I'm looking over the hill rather than looking at the cows in the pasture in front of me. I'm looking at, are we going to have a pasture there for the cows in the future? And that's really where I'm at, is how do we help continue that legacy that people like John created in Wyoming? And those guys were unbelievable what they did. When you look in the time frame, what we're doing today, we think is very controversial and tough. What they did was unbelievable, because they did a lot of that backbone at a time when Wyoming didn't have money. You got to keep in mind a lot of the construction, a lot of the state things that we do, the water programs, those came out at very depression type times, and they did it by saying this is important to us. And that's where I'm at, is I'd really like to help the people in my district prioritize what's important to them and get it on the forefront.
Yeah, when you said that you ran in 2011 for like $700, I remember Grandpa, I think he'd buy a box of John Martin for house trash bags, and he'd be in the parade, and everyone, no one would run against him because they knew they couldn't beat him. So it was,
yeah, I was $7,000, but on that end of it, so I can tell you how serious I was about not running, and I'll catch some flack about it because I told people I wasn't going to run. We literally hauled all my signs out over my campaigns, and we hauled them to the dump and burned them all, because it was my way of saying, look, it's going to make it very tough and difficult to run again. And I really was to the point that I'm very upfront about it. I wanted somebody younger than me. I wanted someone to come in that could really put their fingerprints on Wyoming. And, I reached out to Speaker Nyman before the end of the session and basically said, look, if you won't run, I won't run, because my feeling was this: I don't want the Freedom Caucus there. It's not that this is not anti-Chip Nyman. I do not want the Freedom Caucus bringing their politics to the Senate. And I'm pretty upfront about how I'm running, is that's really what it's about. It's not about me and Speaker Nyman. It is about what are we going to bring forward? And is it going to be Freedom Caucus style politics, or is it going to be that generation past that you talked about that really tries to build Wyoming up and make it a better place, not look inward and say, I think the sky's fallen and we're going to start dismantling things that have worked very well for the state.
Yeah. Like Senator Driscoll said, thank him for not having state sales tax. So thanks, Senator. But let's talk about Checkgate a little bit, because in the story, I mean, so everyone knows about this. Conservative activist Rebecca Bextel handing out checks on the House floor back on February 9th. She backed one bill during the session. Chip wasn't included, but then later it comes out that he was given a check in his office. What was it, the day before, the day after that she handed him out? Do we know that exactly?
We do. And, that came out, and I honestly believe that the public would have never heard it if it wouldn't have been for the video of what happened. Is, the timeline actually came out from their side. And the truth is, Miss Bextel had a fundraiser that's probably going to end up in court, that she, as a lobbyist, rented Little America and held and I think it was open to all of the legislators. Don't know, I didn't go to it, but to lobby that very bill, she did a fundraiser for it. She apparently did not hand any checks out at that party, but that day she had given Chip a check, what she handed to his wife. He said up front he handed it to his wife. And I said from day one, I don't think there's been any major laws broke. What laws got broke were the laws of common sense, ethics, and morals. And I think there's a story to be told on this one. Is that's the one place, and I have deep heartburn on it for someone that claims to be very upfront about how they do things, and it's supposedly the Freedom Caucus is all about transparency. Is the day that it came out that it had happened on the House floor, Representative Yin brought it, and Chairman Bear of the Appropriations Committee, with the help of Speaker Nyman, feigned that they didn't know what was going on and shut the entire debate down and caused a debacle. At the time that happened, both Representative Bear, I believe, but for sure Speaker Nyman had a check in his pocket already. He had already had a check. He knew exactly what was going on. But until the video came out, they did the 3 S's and buried it. And over the next day or so, here's where it really gets critical, and it's where the ethics and morals go beyond belief, is still with no disclosure from Speaker Nyman that he had a check in his pocket. He appoints the judge and jury for what had just happened and puts on people that had received checks that I don't know if he knew they'd received checks or not, but certainly he appointed who was going to judge whether it was as bad as the optics appeared, and then didn't come clean for yet at least one day that he had a check, and then at midnight tearfully feigns that he's the victim and, yes, I had a check this whole time.
Yeah.
And that end, I can tell you, I've been president of the Senate. There's been a cardinal rule on campaign contributions in politics forever, is if you've taken a check from somebody that's under indictment or has a smell of impropriety to it, the first thing I'd do is step up and say, I'm sorry it happened this way. I'm returning the check to the donor. I'm not going to take this money. It's tainted money. To date, I've not heard of a single Freedom Caucus member that's returned their money. There was one of the donees that returned his money. Do you know who it was? It's really interesting.
No, who was it?
I'll open a different can of worms. We had a senator that was given a check. I won't name him. He was given a check. He did what you do that's ethical and moral. He went to the president of the Senate and said, hey, I got given one of these checks that the rec's on in the House. What do I do with it? And they gave it back.
Wow.
And my guess is he'll get that contribution again later. That donor probably still writes a check to him. But he did what was ethically the right thing to do. And that's really where I'm at is there law breaking? Should anybody go to jail? Should anybody lose their jobs over it? No. It's just, there's some things that you should know if you've got common sense that you know better than to do.
Yeah.
And, you know.
It's the unwritten rules that you don't want to break.
And that's back to the old timers. I'm going to tell you, go back to the John Martin time. Chip uses his office to take checks in. John Martin used it to drag people in. They called it the woodshed. And he would do what you didn't do publicly. He took you in the back room and told you this type of thing will never happen again.
Yeah.
This is not the way we do business. And that's really how the old school leadership worked. And, you know, I'm sure you're aware I did some of that when I was in the Senate, and it wasn't very popular because spanking kids is never a popular thing. And I've always backed to old school. When you've done wrong, I'm going to look you in the eye. And one point in time, I had a senator that would not come in my office to do the woodshed. And I said, all right, I'm going to come chew your rear end on the floor in front of everybody. And to this day, the guy still knows out of joint about me that I chewed his rear end in front of a whole bunch of people. And I said, you had the option. You could have very quietly come into my office and we could have had that talk. And that's really, those are leadership differences. And the reason I give those examples is it really is. That's how you set the trends for the future of Wyoming. Do you get how you vote and how you do things judged on people giving you money at a fundraiser in Jackson or writing you checks? Or do you do it on what's best for your constituents? And the truth is, there's nothing wrong with taking those checks. What's wrong is making those checks give one constituent or non-constituent from a different area an outsized influence because of what they've given. Yeah. And there's still stinks to high hell. I'm sure I'll get written up in the open range again, but for a Bechtel to own a media outlet and to blatantly not lay the story out, and by the way, none of them have ever said they're sorry for it. They've still gone after the people that came up with the video and cried foul. they're still trying to persecute them rather than for once stepping up and saying, I'm sorry, I scoofed up.
Yeah.
And, I've done that many a time. If you've followed my career much, you've heard me step up multiple times on the floor and apologize for actions I've taken. I'm an old school hardliner, and, when you do that occasionally, you probably push a little hard. And when I do that, I usually put my hat in my hand, look the guys in the eyes and say, I'm sorry, it's not going to happen again.
Yeah, well, you got a dogfight in front of you, Senator. So it should be interesting the next few months. We'll keep our eye on it. But thanks so much for coming on. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much, and keep up the great show. I like your KISS background. It kind of neat. Are you in Cheyenne?
I'm in Sheridan.
You're in Sheridan. Very cool. It reminds me a lot of the cafe in Cheyenne.
Yeah, nice. Well, right on. Well, thanks, Senator. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful one. Hopefully we all get a little bit of moisture and beat the fire down this week.
Yes, exactly. Yes, it's nice. We have a little snow on the ground here in Sheridan. Senator Ogden Driscoll, it's the top of the hour. It's time for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Decades after being shunned and spat upon, Vietnam veterans packed the National Museum of Military Vehicles for Wyoming Welcome Home Day on Sunday. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the museum's owner says, quote, "We have a chance to help veterans heal and give them the honor and recognition they didn't get."
It's an immersive experience. The owner, Dan Starks, he wants people to go in there and see it and understand it and really connect with other veterans to understand what they went through to support America. But in particular, he spent the most money on the Vietnam exhibit. He particularly wanted people to understand that war, to see what veterans faced. But it's a little too immersive for some of the Vietnam veterans who told me they went through it once and they won't go through it again because it just brings back too many memories.
Museum owner Dan Starks particularly wanted the Vietnam exhibit to be an immersive experience and spent the most money on that portion of his museum, which he says is the largest private collection of military vehicles in the world. Wyoming leaders and tech giants like Google, Meta, and Amazon will discuss whether the state can capture a share of the exploding AI data center boom at a closed-door Jackson summit this week. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Governor Gordon is saying this is a big deal for Wyoming.
He wrote to Cowboy State Daily, giving us a preview of some of his comments, and he compared it to some of the biggest moments in American history. He says Wyoming is poised to deliver the nation's needs on Wyoming's terms. One of the hosts, an economics professor from the University of Wyoming, he's saying this summit is part of what is probably going to amount to the largest mobilization of human and financial capital in the history of the planet.
A March 2026 report from Black Ridge Research identified Wyoming among the states where the Stargate AI infrastructure project, which is a joint venture, might expand beyond its initial Texas base. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. The land is one of Wyoming's greatest teachers. It shows us that carelessness has consequences, and thoughtful management creates abundance. Programs like Wyoming Agriculture in the Classroom and Wyo Wonders help young people learn how science, agriculture, and conservation work together. Our curriculum, Wyo Wonders, is built for elementary students by Wyoming industry professionals. Use it for free now at wyowonders.org.
As spring and summer approach, you may be thinking of adding some trees, installing a fence, or any other excavation project at home or professionally planned. This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without first contacting 811. 2 full business days before you begin. This free service allows utilities to mark their service lines, preventing damages and outages, as well as keeping the public safe. So go to onecallofwyoming.com today or dial 811.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Retired Navy Master Chief Mike Archer has a message for whoever stole a trailer holding a collection of military medals from in front of a Cheyenne VFW post last week. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that Archer says the collection is valued between $30,000 and $50,000.
It was actually a pretty incredible collection. Every medal, every decoration for every branch of the military, for every war going back to the Civil War, thousands of pieces. This collection even has 4 medals of honor, 1 for each branch of the service. But this whole really impressive collection that took them like 25 to 30 years to gather all these ribbons and medals and everything.
Archer calls the theft of the fully loaded white 16-foot cargo trailer the ultimate stolen valor because each of the decorations for the group exhibit represents a veteran's sacrifice. Bull sales in the Wyoming-Montana region are up 30% from a year ago as the trend in high cattle prices continues. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that most bulls are selling anywhere from $1,000 to $2,000 more than last year.
Bull prices are up in Montana and Wyoming. That is really good news for producers, for ranchers, for genetics companies. It also points to a constricted market for cattle. Cattle have seen a 75-year record low in population.
Driving the prices is a tight supply combined with America's big appetite for beef. As producers rebuild their herds, genetics are also becoming increasingly important. That drives the prices up as well. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
When she was 19 weeks pregnant with Finn, Kelly went in for a routine ultrasound.
The doctor knew that something was wrong when he looked at his heart and saw that there weren't any chambers and there were abnormal connections.
After Finn was born, he needed multiple surgeries and procedures just so he could survive.
He has had 17 procedures, including 2 open heart surgeries. To be perfectly honest, I can't see Finn even getting past birth without the American Heart Association.
Finn's entire family is grateful to the American Heart Association. Their support of life-saving research and medical breakthroughs gave Finn a second chance at life.
I love to go on bike rides with my daddy. Thank you for helping kids like me.
Learn how you can join us in the fight to help prevent death from heart disease and stroke at helpheart.org today.
Welcome back, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake right here on cowboystatedaily.com. My name's Jeff, filling in for Jake this week as Jake is on vacation, hopefully sleeping in. I doubt it, but hopefully getting some rest this week. You can join the program, 307-620-8866. You can also text the phone line. Let's see if we have any text messages this morning. Nothing yet. We're also streaming on YouTube, Facebook, X, as I just closed out my YouTube. Let me pull it back up, make sure we're still on here. Big thanks to Senator Ogden Driscoll. I was just looking. Evan Sabota, the former Wyoming Cowboy quarterback, then he went to tight end. Now he's getting some looks by some pro teams. He had a good Wyoming pro day. He ran a 4.62 40, 36-inch vertical, 10 feet, 2-inch broad jump, would rank him near the top of the tight ends in the NFL Combine. He was our quarterback. He transitioned to tight end in 2025. So you've been playing quarterback most of your life and then go to tight end. So the guy, is at least an athlete. He wore 17 at Wyoming because he wanted to follow in Josh Allen's steps, and then the university got wise after Sabota didn't do too well in 17 and was like, hey, we're going to retire Josh's number. We don't want anybody wearing this anymore, which was a good move. He had 11 receptions for 92 yards and a touchdown. Last year, his only TD came in senior day while Josh Allen was in the stadium to have his jersey retired. Some injuries along the way. He broke his nose during the Air Force game, refused to leave, and sealed the win with a 17-yard touchdown run while bleeding through his jersey in 2024. Last year, he had surgery on his hand in the spring, but still played during the season. So the guy's tough. He ain't messing around. But, man, wouldn't that be something? Evan Sabota, the guy who was the Wyoming quarterback, if he makes it into the league as a tight end. You never know, kids. You never know. But, man, also good news coming out of Wyoming athletics. Wyoming has landed their first portal commitment. This 6'6", 210-pound forward, Michael Mora, has announced that he is going to be a Wyoming Cowboy. Where was this guy playing at? Let's see. This is from 7220 Sports. Sundance Wicks announced late Sunday night that he liked kids that wanted to come to Wyoming. And then it was announced yesterday that this Michael Mora, 6'6", 210-pound forward who spent last season at Division II Cal State Monterey, has announced he's coming to become a Wyoming Cowboy. So that's good. The portal officially opens on April 7th. And I know I read some rumblings. There's at least one kid from UW that's announced he's going into the portal. The California native averaged 17 points per game for the Sea Otters. 43% of his attempts from the field he made. He also splashed 68 of 177 shots from beyond the arc. So, yeah, kid with some size. He failed to reach double digits just 3 times in the 29-game season. Huh. Interesting. He played at Asheville School in North Carolina, the same program Cowboy assistant Nick Whitmore came to Laramie from in 2023. Okay, so he's got some ties to Wyoming. It says Demarion Dennis so far is the only Cowboy to have announced his intentions to the transfer portal. But it's not April 7th yet either. I hope they stay. I mean, we had a core last year where Sundance Wicks is getting there. The Wyoming Cowboys are getting exciting again. We do have incoming freshmen Maiden Smiley from Windsor, Colorado, and Chris Poole from Marshfield, Wisconsin, that are joining the Cowboy team. So there's 3 new players already. Sundance doesn't know what to do with himself if he's not going to have to recruit all year long, which he normally has to do. So, yeah, good stuff there. I was going to mention it yesterday. I think it was announced already. Benson Boone, the Wanted Man World Tour, is coming to the Ford Wyoming Center on September 3rd. He's a huge star right now. I was kind of shocked when I saw this because I saw the tease that he was announcing his Wanted Man Tour, and then all of a sudden there was a Casper date. Tickets go on sale Friday, April 3rd at 11 a.m. You can sign up for pre-sale access at bensonboone.com. For all you kids out there listening. Did anyone go to Ryan Charles Saturday in Casper at the Gaslight Social? Looked like a packed house. I know Ryan was teasing it during the week to get your tickets because it was going to sell out. And yeah, I saw a couple of videos from it, and it looked like it was packed. So way to go, cuz. Ryan Charles also my cousin. If you missed it, I host the Saturday show, Saturday mornings right here on CowboyStateDaily.com, 6 to 10 a.m. And we had Ryan on, I think, 2 weeks ago. So if you go back on my Saturday shows, was it 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago now? I don't even know what day of the week it is. Might have been 3 weeks ago. But yeah, go back on Saturdays, check it out. He's in the last hour on one of those shows. Great interview with Ryan Charles. And I just name dropped my grandpa, John. So Ryan, his grandpa is my grandpa John's brother, Charles. So that's how we're first cousins down the line anyway. But yeah, it was awesome that Ogden, I figured he would have known who my grandpa was. Let's see here. Boy, we got all kinds of messages on the YouTube. Somebody ranting about Trump. Teachers in Wyoming are paid very well, says somebody on YouTube. Yes, they are. They are paid very well. I don't want to say what we joke about sometimes, but yeah. You can also text me at the number 307-620-8866. It's up there for a reason. Right there. You can give me a call. We do have just a jam-packed program. This is like the only 15 minutes I can catch my breath this morning. We've got Dawn Day coming up next, which I am sitting in Sheridan, Wyoming. There was snow on the ground. Doesn't look like it's snowing right now. It's the snow that I like that's stuck to the yard but not to my driveway. That's the snow that I like, that I don't have to go out and shovel. Maybe an inch? I don't know. They were saying that we could get an inch overnight. It's close. We'll be chatting with Dawn coming up here in a few minutes. Jackie Dorothy's going to be joining us. Mark Hines, Kevin Meyer, Master Chief Mike Archer, who, if you heard on the headlines, he's a veterans advocate based in Cheyenne. He's the president of the Fleet Reserve Association, Wyoming Branch 59. Go and check out that story on the website, cowboystatedaily.com. And we're going to have Mike coming up at 8:45. Renee Jean. Samantha Hopkins is an academic expert in mass extinction. She's going to talk about something that was kind of a jackalope back in the day in Wyoming. And then Kevin Ramler is the director of the Wyoming State Museum in Cheyenne. There's a cool exhibit that is going to be traveling around the state. I think it drops first here in Sheridan coming up the middle of April. So Kevin will be joining us the last 15 minutes of the show to talk about that. And I think that the exhibit wraps up for good in Wyoming. So if you want to see it, now's the time. Kevin will tell you all about that coming up the last 15 minutes of the program. So as we wait for Dawn here for a second, let's see. I haven't even checked this morning. My window is closed. Chunk is sitting in my window. My cat hoping that I open it. Winter weather advisory. These conditions are expected to last until 9 a.m. today. Windy conditions expected around noon. Wind gusts up to 11 miles per hour. Currently, it's 29 in Sheridan. High of 51 today. It says more snow tomorrow. Rain on Thursday. Rain-snow mix on Friday. And then nice on the weekend. 29 in Sheridan, 29 in Buffalo, 29 in Gillette, 36 in Laramie, 36 in Casper, 36 in Cheyenne. Denver is 45 and Billings is sitting at 32. Everybody with cloudy skies right now. Everyone is overcast. Only winter weather advisory is in Sheridan right now. Casper says high is 61 today. 36 feels like 27 right now. But yeah, Casper's got about the biggest high today. High of 57 in Cheyenne. So a little cooler today. It's going to keep getting cooler. We're going to chat with Dawn Day coming up next to get the extended forecast and see how nasty it's going to be on Wednesday before everybody hits the road for your Easter weekend. As I turn on my Zoom and there goes my screen. Figures. Shocking. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll chat with Dawn Day coming up next right here on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake right here on cowboystatedaily.com.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad!
Okay, here we go, throw it!
Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go. Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family. We're the family. Come on. Yeah! Oh, I thought you were on my team.
Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake right here on cowboystatedaily.com. Jeff hanging out with you. 21 minutes past the 7 o'clock hour. Somebody said on YouTube that they have about 4 inches of snow in Sheridan. Wow. I wonder where they're at here in town, because I don't think anyway. I mean, I'm looking here in my front yard, and even my tree, it's just, maybe an inch. But yeah, if they got 4 inches, that's awesome. Hopefully we got a lot up in the mountains. We'll see. We'll see if Dawn joins us here in a minute to give us the rundown and the scoop on what everybody else got hit with overnight for weather anyway. But yeah, maybe Dawn's not joining us today. We'll see. We've got back-to-back guests here. We'll give him another minute or so before we move on. Anyway. But yes, send me a text message. 307-620-8866. Let me check the text. Our friend in Newcastle, what are you looking like this morning? How's the snowpack there? Still hovering around 30 degrees everywhere. 29 in Sheridan, 29 in Buffalo, 29 in Gillette, 36 in Laramie, 36 in Casper, 32 in Billings, 37 in Cheyenne. But yeah, we'll see if... Send us a text, see what your morning's looking like out there right now. Maybe Dawn's not joining us, so we'll move on. Because our next guest is waiting for us right now. Let's get back up to our notes here. Bear with me here as I'm scrolling along. Claiming you're a sovereign citizen. This is interesting. Let's bring in our next guest. This story was on cowboystatedaily.com, and it's interesting when you read this. Professor Christine, she's from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Let's head to the Zoom room. I think she's hanging out waiting for us. Thanks, Professor, for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
I don't want to butcher your last name. So
it's Sarteski.
Sarteski. Okay, so not too bad.
Yeah.
So, and you're at what? Chatham University?
It's called Chatham University.
Chatham University. See, that's why I wanted her to say it before I look like a complete idiot. Chatham University in Pittsburgh, which I'm a huge Steeler fan, so.
All right, that's fantastic. Me too.
I love Pittsburgh. I bleed, black and gold. But sovereign citizens, this, I don't know, because I sell insurance. So when I'm reading this, I'm like, well, we live in the land of the free. We live in a free country. To an extent. When you're driving a car without a driver's license, without license plates, without car registration, come on here. So what's going on here, Christine?
Well, also, they don't have car insurance. That's a lot of the other piece of it. So if they were in an accident, you'd be in trouble if you were the person they hit. So, basically, it's a movement that's been around for decades. I think it's seen a resurgence because of the pandemic, and it's spread to other countries. And so we're just seeing more and more cases all the time of sovereigns just doing the same thing over and over again and getting terrible results, but still trying.
Yeah, still trying. That's for sure. Yeah, and car insurance, that's for the benefit of everybody, not just for yourself. You're looking out for other people. Yeah, I get it. I'm free. We live in a free country. Well, sorry. You got to obey by some rules. Operating in authority and law above legal jurisdiction is necessary when legal authorities enable tyranny.
I guess it's a justification for why they're not following the law. They always have some reason why they're not doing it. Not a legitimate one, but a reason nonetheless.
I had to read that like 3 times and scratch my head.
I feel like that all the time. I read a lot of their case files, and some of them, they're like hundreds of pages long of just complete nonsensical information, cut and pasted stuff. I'm not even sure if they know what it means.
No, I think it's talking points to, not have to do some things in life. But yeah, if you get pulled over in Wyoming with no license and insurance, it's not going to be pretty. I can tell you that, no matter what you tell them.
Right. And that's, I think, why we see all these videos on YouTube, because, no matter where you're at, if you get pulled over and you don't have a license, registration, you won't roll down your window, you don't answer questions, it can get ugly pretty fast. Other cops come, it's a big ordeal. You can get your window busted out, dragged out of the car, arrested. It just, one tiny thing can turn into something large just because they don't follow basic rules of society.
Yeah. It says you had a simple definition for all the people and groups is that they are people who don't believe in the government has authority over them. Mm-hmm. But you live here.
Right. Well, some of them say they're not U.S. citizens. So they're, they have some idea around that they filled out some type of paperwork that they've sent to, the Secretary of State. They've had it notarized. And so because they've done this paperwork, they then don't have to follow these rules anymore. And some of them even say that they have diplomatic status, which means that not only do they not have to follow the laws, but they're not allowed to be detained, they're not allowed to be arrested. They have this superpower that other people don't have. Of course, it doesn't work, but they are, they try it.
Yeah, I keep trying. You say there's 300,000 to 500,000 of these people kind of in this group, but there's no real central location. They're all kind of just spread out around the country.
Right. And I think that there's sometimes you'll see some small groups here and there. They tend to break up pretty quickly, but everyone just kind of goes online, or the people who are interested in it, they find about it online usually. And then there's all these different groups they can go to and materials they could buy and download. And so everyone kind of has their own idea, basic same idea, but different paperwork that they use. So it's like, from a broad perspective, it's the same idea, but they don't necessarily join and have like a membership organization. They don't have the leader necessarily. So they're in that way decentralized all over the place.
Yeah. Your second book is about ready to come out, comes out this year, and includes information on people arrested on the January 6th, 2021 riot on the U.S. Capitol. They've argued this defense.
There has been some, not a lot. I mean, I think there was over about 1,500 people arrested for that, and only about 23, were using that defense. But if you just reading through the court records, they just very frustrated judges because it wasn't just a one-time argument. They were filing motions, tons of motions in court, sometimes thousands of pages, coming back to court, arguing with the judges, not showing up for court when they were supposed to. It was just a real, they caused a lot of problems for the judges dealing with them.
Well, that's what you say. A lot of times when they go to court, they just keep throwing stuff and just tons of paperwork.
Yeah. Endless paper terrorists. That's what they're sometimes called because of that.
We don't follow the rules, but here's a million pages on why we don't, I guess.
Right, exactly.
I like that they mentioned this guy in this story outside of Casper in 2024. He had a homemade license plate. I mean, when you're a police officer, you got to know when you pull somebody over like this isn't going to be pretty.
Right. I would imagine that many police are kind of reluctant because you see it, it's illegal. Yeah. You know that, and I'm sure there's similarities. So, it's a sovereign oftentimes, police do. And, it's going to be a headache. It's going to be a problem. There's all these things they do. They often have big batches of paperwork they're handing the police and asking the police to read it on the side of the road. I mean, it's a hassle. At minimum.
What do most of these people do for work, or what are they doing with their lives?
Well, a lot of them, all over, all kinds of jobs, really. I've seen, anyone from truckers to doctors, even lawyers. There's been a couple lawyers who have tried it and gotten in a lot of trouble for doing it. But I think sometimes what ends up happening is maybe somebody loses their license for a minor thing, they get into a little trouble, and then they need their license for their job, right, to get back and forth, or even because that's what they do for a living, use their car. And then I think sometimes people turn to the internet and say, how can I still drive? And, even though I've legally lost my license, how can I still get around this? And that provides, an idea, at least, about what they could do to get around it.
Yeah. Well, and there was another guy, I think he was a felon. He's got guns on him. He's screaming at the police that he's a sovereign citizen. I mean, it's just like, none of that is good. How do you think you're going to get away with this stuff? But I don't know. It's the pandemic. We'll blame it on COVID, Christine.
That's what a lot of people do. I don't know if it's true, but you hear it a lot.
It's crazy, but yeah. Well, give yourself a plug. When's this book coming out, or how can people find you?
You can, if you Google me, Christine Sarteski, I know is her. You can go to Chatham University's website, but the book's on Amazon. It should be out next month. It's all about sovereigns and their movement to not just the United States, other countries. I think I tracked them in 36 countries now, and a little bit about the January 6th folks. So hopefully it's good reading.
Yeah. So 36 countries. We're not just crazy in the States.
Yeah, it's taken a hold in so many places, and I suspect there's more, but I haven't been able to track them down just yet, but I'm expecting to.
I'm kind of shocked there isn't more in Wyoming. I mean, it makes me feel good, but how is it in Pennsylvania?
Well, it's hard to get numbers about states because there isn't really many people tracking them. I mean, those 300,000 to 500,000 figure is old, and there's not been an update on that. And, I find people in court records every day that are trying this defense, and I don't know that that's reflected in the numbers. So it's really hard to know, how many there are. And people come in and out of it all the time. So, I think people try it, they fail, some people leave, and the next, time around, there's more people coming into it. So it's hard to know In fact, we just had one in Pittsburgh. It was sort of big news. A guy, he's a sovereign Moor, and he's a specific type. He believes that the United States is Morocco, and he got pulled over driving a police car. Basically, it was an unmarked police car, and he even had the whole computer monitor, the laptop in his car. And he said he was a diplomat and he was from the Moroccan Empire, all these bizarre things. So yeah, they're still here. I mean, we just had one yesterday.
Wow. That's it's crazy. But yeah, you never know. It's not going away, just like Christine says, but she'll keep her eye on it. But well, thanks so much for coming on the show.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Have a great day.
Okay. Thanks. You too. Bye.
Professor Christine Sarteski, we'll butcher her name. Chatham University. Yeah, the book comes out next month. Go and look for her on Amazon. I think Don's still hanging out with us. Let's get him in the Zoom room to get a quick. If I would have waited 30 more seconds for Don, he would have been there. But I was like, well, I got back-to-back guests here. Where should we go? So we went to Christine. But Don was nice enough. He hung out, waited for us. There he is. Well, Don, good news. There's snow on the ground this morning in Sheridan, Wyoming.
Yay! I know. People we're getting used to golfing in 70 and 80 degree weather, but we need it.
Yeah. I was warning people yesterday. I said, I talked to Don Day this morning, and he said it's going to be like Wyoming this week. And they're like, well, what does that mean? I go, well, it's going to be like, last year, 2 years ago. We're actually going to get Wyoming weather this week. The people, they don't even remember, Don, because it's been so crazy this year.
Well, I know, right? People's weather memories are really, really short. But the good news is that for the next 4 days, many areas of Wyoming will receive some badly needed precipitation, badly needed mountain snows coming. But it does put us back into what you just said. Yeah, this is more like a Wyoming spring from what we're going to be seeing between now and Friday.
Yeah. Well, like where I'm sitting in Sheridan, I mean, I said, this is the snow I like because it's on my yard and not stuck on my driveway, so I don't have to shovel.
Right.
But I said I got like an inch, maybe a little more. But then somebody else on YouTube said they have 4 inches of snow in Sheridan. What are we looking at?
Well, it all depends on where you are. Are you west of town? Are you in the foothills where the snow will pile up a little bit more? So that's the one thing about snow in Wyoming. It never falls evenly.
No.
And of course, if a guy is measuring, you can't trust it.
No, you can't.
I know. Come on. If someone says 4 inches, it's probably 2.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was like. I was like, well, I don't think so. I even looked on my deck, and there's definitely not 4 inches out there. But so who got hit the hardest overnight?
Well, up north, right along the Montana-Wyoming border is where the first initial salvo of moisture has come through. And this is coming in pieces. We had a piece last night and this morning, got another piece tonight and tomorrow. The northern part of the state is really under the gun Thursday night and Friday for another round of snow, and that one's going to be heavier. So it's kind of off and on. It's not just one system. It's not one and done. It's several systems between now and late Friday. So it's going to vary depending on your location, but the northern, central and western counties of the state are going to see the most out of the next 4 days.
Okay. Because it looks like today we're done. And then we're actually going to have like some winds later on this afternoon. And then, tomorrow it says snow. Thursday, is it going to be mostly rain?
A little bit of both.
Okay.
Because, when we take a 24-hour period in this type of pattern, you're probably going to experience everything. In fact, there's a really good chance people are going to experience rain, snow, and thunder all in a 24-hour period. So that, like you said, this is more typical.
Yes, this is the Wyoming we know and love. That's for sure. And then, just like we said yesterday, Easter on Sunday, Friday going to be the worst day?
Yeah, Friday's the worst day. It's going to be the coldest. It's going to be the windiest. That's when we see the snow continuing, especially Friday morning up into the northern and central parts of the state. Going to just be a raw Good Friday, just raw. And there will be some travel concerns. But Saturday, chilly, starting to clear out. I think Easter Sunday is going to end up being okay. It's going to be decent.
Yeah.
It's not going to be like what we've been experiencing, but it's not going to be all that bad either.
Yeah, it should still be in the 50s, I think, on Sunday. It says high in Sheridan 60 on Sunday. But the good thing, I mean, even the highs and lows, we're not getting that cold.
No. And you don't expect it to get too cold for too long this time of year, but there's still a lot of cold air in Canada, so there's still opportunities.
Yeah, so, well, we'll keep an eye on it. It's going to keep changing every 5 minutes. Don's going to be busy.
That's right.
This week, keeping everything straight. Well, Don, thanks so much for hanging out with us or waiting for us this morning.
Sure thing. Have a good morning.
Yeah, you too. There's the man, the myth, the legend, Don Day. Yeah, so looks like we got hit the hardest out of anyone in the state. We should go check the Wild Road Report. Anybody out there on the roads this morning? Send me a text, 307-620-8866. Let me know how the roads are going, or give me a call. Because I don't think, I mean, like we just said, it's 29. They're covered in precipitation, but it's not like there's an inch of ice or anything out there on the road. So it looks pretty good. And I think once if the sun peaks out today, I mean, our high is 51. Once we get after about 10 a.m. this morning, it says the high at 10 is 33, 35 by 11. Yeah, so it'll be warming up, and the road should get better. As my cat's clawing at the door. So maybe we should take a quick time out so I can let my cat out. Because he's hearing my wife getting up, going, okay, I got to go bug somebody else. Jackie Dorothy will be joining us next, coming up right here on Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, right here on cowboystatedaily.com.
JB Hunt now has CLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
No.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
17 minutes till the top of the hour on your Tuesday, March 31st, the final day of March. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake right here on cowboystatedaily.com. That whole commercial break, I'm dealing with my cats. They're driving me nuts. Typical. I got 2 cats, Chunk and Sunny, a gray cat and an orange cat. And Chunk's a monster. He's a tormentor. So he torments Sunny. Sunny's the nice, sweet one. She's the older one. And she always hangs out with me. So she was just sitting right here on the side of my computer. But then Chunk was at the door trying to get out. Oh, it's just, yeah. Cats. Animals. You love them and they drive you nuts at the same time. As we wait for Jackie Dorothy, she's going to be joining us on the program. She has an excellent article on cowboystatedaily.com. Fishing boom creates wave of new business on the Bighorn River in Thermopolis. It's crazy how Thermopolis finally getting headlines that don't involve the hot springs. That's the good thing. But we had Paul Ulrich on yesterday, and he's a fly fishing guide. And he was kind of talking about this, how Thermopolis is blowing up and creating businesses and, kind of creating some buzz in the little town of Thermopolis. The town that's out in the middle of nowhere, but that means it's in the middle of somewhere. Somebody said in the article. But, so when Jackie comes on, we'll chat about that. Coming up later on in the show, we're going to be talking about this exhibit, the Smithsonian Voting Exhibit Tours Wyoming. Museum puts democracy on display. I wanted to find out when this is coming because it opens here in Sheridan. Where is it at here? Now I can't find the date, but I know it's coming up in April. And the final
is that April Fool's Day?
Yeah, tomorrow, April Fool's Day. Well, there's Jackie. Let's head to the Zoom room and chat with one of our reporters, Jackie Dorothy. We were just kind of talking about your story on the fishing boom creates wave of new businesses on the Bighorn River in Thermopolis. And I said it, this is nice that Thermopolis getting some buzz without talking about the hot springs.
That's so true. It is amazing when you drive around Thermop and you see all of these new businesses sprouting up. And it's not just guiding tours. It's everything from the sandwich shop to fly tying. It's just been fun to watch.
Yeah, because I haven't been to Thermopolis for a little while since my kids have gotten older and I'm not doing traveling sports all the time. But we always used to kid that every time we go to Thermop, it's just the hot springs and it's stuck in the past. It's like stuck in 1986. So it's nice that, they're starting to get some new businesses around there.
Yes, maybe we're coming into the new century, but as a Goonies, I like the 1980s.
Well, yeah, exactly.
We'll celebrate it.
I'll still take it, but good on them. Yeah, you mentioned the sandwich shop. And this is a husband that was just guiding fly fishermen, and they needed someplace to get a sandwich. So his wife was like, well, heck, here's a business opportunity.
Right. And they were trying to find someone else to do it. And then she kind of was like, well, I guess it's me. This is a need that our town has, so I'll do it. And it's awesome. And now they got their liquor license, so they can serve liquor right there, like a kind of a floating bar right out of their back. Yeah. Right to the kayakers. Pull up and grab a brewski.
when I saw that, I was like, well, I guess that's good. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, are they actually like on the water? Because she goes, oh, you just call me and in 45 minutes you come into the back and we just hand you your sandwich.
Right, they're right off there. They have a dock so you can bring your kayak right in and grab your sandwich and go.
That's pretty nice. We never thought Thermopolis. They had the hot springs, but now, even tourists are coming. This is turning into a destination in Wyoming.
It really is. What's really cool about it is that you'll get to the Wedding of the Waters where most people put in their boats and it'll be crowded. And I've done this where I put in my kayak and then within minutes you're by yourself. It's
Yeah.
a big river and you can disappear. And even though there are a lot of boats out there, you won't see a lot of them once everybody gets spread out. And it's just a nice slice of river. And you can go clear up almost to Worland if you wanted to.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I mean, we had Paul Ulrich on yesterday. He's a fly fishing guide, and he said it was just only a matter of time, which I'm kind of shocked that people haven't really found Thermopolis until now. I mean, especially it's close to Montana. I mean, that's what they're saying. They're competing with people in Montana. Why didn't all those people find this before? Because there's everybody up in Montana.
I don't know why, but one of the things that we're doing is that we're happy that what I liked about this story, by the way, is that the guides here, the local guides, are grateful for the regulations that are coming in because that way you don't have just anybody coming in guiding. You have the people that actually register, and there's rules being put into place so that we can see what the impact on our river is going to be. Because there definitely will be an impact with this influx of tourism we're seeing on our river, not just our hot springs.
Yeah, and Paul mentioned that yesterday too. He's like, we don't want more laws or more rules, but this is good, because we need a little bit of regulation. Kids can't be the complete wild, wild west out there on the river. This children's author, she moved there because of the fishing. I was just like, wow, that's crazy.
It is. And that was another one where she's like, she was talking to Jessica Ream and she's like, someone needs to write a children's book because they had these stuffed fish. And Jessica looks at her and goes, I guess that's you. And that's what she did. She got her kids together, got stories from them. And it's just this really cute book she put together. Right now, it's only available here in Thermopolis. We're trying to talk her into getting it on Amazon and spreading the joy because it's all about this Bighorn River and the adventures her family has had. And it's really well done. It's just a unique little gift.
Well, yeah, get that thing out there, especially now that we're talking about Trouty McPhee. Get Trouty nationwide. And I do love it, though, that the theme that kind of runs through this story is that Thermopolis is a tight-knit community, and they're helping each other out. I mean, they're like, well, the one guy's doing this, but, you need a fishing guide. Well, here, call this guy. You need a fly tie, go to the fly tie shop. So, yeah, everyone's kind of helping each other out.
That is exactly what I love about it and that's what even Tom Ream was talking about. He got into it because people were calling him up. You're a fishy guy. We need guides on the river. And so he started guiding to help out his friends. And next thing he knows, that's what he's doing. And everything is just themed around it. You have Dusty Lewis, who for years has been renting out the individual watercraft. And so people are like, that's your niche. You have the whitewater rafting, where they're the only ones that have the license through the canyon. So if you want to fish or whitewater raft, you go to them. And now they have this. This was my first time to go in their building, and it is beautiful. It's just so cool to see nice looking buildings come in as well.
Yeah. Yeah, the fly shop. I mean, we've had a fly shop here in Sheridan for probably 20 years, but they're jacked. This East Rosebud. They're like, we're heading into year 2. Woohoo!
Yes, exactly. I guess they were from Billings and they've always loved Thermopolis, so they bought out. And this is what is funny. They bought one of our old bars. It was the Thermopolis Liquor. And so now it is this fly shop and you walk in and it's like being in a big city. They have all of the supplies that you could want, from waders, glasses, and of course the fly tying room. And they're doing it with our kids. That's what's neat. Our 4-H now has fly tying. They're bringing in high school students. They're getting the youth involved, getting them outside and off those computers and tablets.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good thing. Start fishing, kids. But so where's everybody staying when they go to Thermop?
Well, we do have our hotels. I call them mom and pop rustic, so
Yeah.
expect that. But that's another cool thing is we have new owners coming in and redoing some of our hotels, like the Paintbrush Inn, and they really cater to them. We have the Airbnbs, and of course, we have the ones in the park still. So we have the hotels, we have the places, and my favorite, of course, is the Fountain of Youth Campground, because even locals can go swim for $10, but they have it where you can go camp out there, go fishing all day, and then soak in their hot springs. So there's a lot of options in Thermopolis.
Yeah. So you're in Thermop. So to give us, is the Star Plunge, is the hot springs, is it even open?
The bathhouse is, and so is the teepee pools. And they've really been renovating the teepee pools and making it nice. The bathhouse, I gotta admit, I've lived here for years and I never went to the bathhouse. And I bruised my meniscus. Friends were saying, go soak, it'll help. And it did. But I'm like, this is nice. You go in for 20 minutes, it's free. It's like, hey, go Chief Washiki.
Wow. And it's free.
Yeah. Yep, because that was one of the stipulations is that when they gave over the hot springs, Chief Washiki and Chief Yellow Calf of the Arapaho, or Sharpnose, I'm sorry, I think it was Sharpnose. Anyway, the Arapaho and the Shoshone were like, hey, make the water free. That was part of the agreement, and it's still to this day, that tree has not been broken.
So living in Thermop, can you feel it? Can you tell that there's a lot more people coming in?
During the summer, you can definitely tell. We still have our winter tourism since we're still a destination for that. I think our numbers went down a little this last year, but the fishermen are hopeful that the river is going to be busy, even though our water levels are going to be low. That's the problem we're facing. Just like the rest of the state, we didn't get the snowpack that we're used to, and so we'll kind of suffer a little bit with that, and we'll see how it goes.
Well, that's what Paul said yesterday. I mean, if you're wanting to do a trip, I would start booking it now because you do not want to wait until August because who knows what the water level. Because how's the water level now?
Low.
Yeah.
And usually it's really high and you can see it and it's still low. The Boysen Reservoir, when you between Shoshone and Riverton, you can see dirt still, and that's not good. When you see cows grazing where there should be water, you know that it's bad.
Yeah, my daughter's up in Bozeman, and they went and floated something, and we were all worried about her. She's like, there's no life jackets on the boat, but the water's like ankle high. I was like, well, that's not good. But
what's funny is that, growing up in Riverton area, I never knew there was whitewater rafting. And that's been going on since the 1990s. Yeah. So who knew? I mean, there's so many things hidden here in Thermopolis that I think are just now getting started or discovered that no one knew about. So we'll see what happens.
Well, you mentioned that in the story that the guy that used to just rent out boats for whitewater rafting, now he's renting out boats for fishermen.
Oh, and I think that business has increased more than his whitewater rafting too.
Yeah. So change with the times. So that's good. Thermopolis is booming, and we like to see it happen. Well, Jackie, thanks so much. Any Easter plans? What do you got going on this weekend?
Oh, I think, track season's underway. So, in fact, I'm sitting at the track field right now at our high school. So I'll be following that.
Did you guys
get
snow?
What happens when you get a freshman?
Yeah.
What's that?
Did you guys get snow?
We got snow 2 weeks ago. I think we had a snowstorm come through when the rest of, Thursday we had those high winds. Yeah. And then that Saturday the snow came and then it melted and it was muddy. And now everything's dry already and it's only March.
Oh, yeah, we got some moisture. So hopefully you'll get some this week.
Fingers crossed. I thought it was going to rain last night. It felt like it.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Well, thanks, Jackie, so much. Have a great weekend.
You as well. Take care.
There you go. Jackie Dorothy. Yes, go and check out her article, Fishing Boom Creates Wave of New Businesses on the Bighorn River in Thermopolis. Great story. Yeah, she lives in Thermopolis. I didn't know she lived in Thermopolis, so that's cool. But yeah, Thermop, we used to always kid when we'd go there for traveling basketball or whatever it was. But yeah, I was like, this place is stuck in 1986. the Taco John's and Subway. Or what else did they have? And did they have a McDonald's in Thermopolis? But yeah, and no snow in Thermop today, so maybe Dawn was right that we were it. Let's see here. No snow in Newcastle, but a cool overcast 35. No snow in Newcastle either. What's going on, Mother Nature? Just stuck it to us last night? I was going to check wildroad.info, see if there's any problems with the roads this morning, but doesn't sound like it since we're the only ones that got anything. Yeah, green everywhere except north of KC to Buffalo. Yeah, just up here. Over to Powell. And Cody's dry. Matizzi's dry. Yeah, Thermopolis dry. Worland dry. Gillette's dry. Right. Yeah. So we were it. Well, what the heck? We all need some moisture this morning. Hopefully it's coming this week. Looks like it's done today. But tomorrow says 60% chance of snow. Thursday, 55% chance of rain. Friday, 80% chance of precipitation. Mark Hines is coming up after the top of the hour. Mark has a story about Wyoming's turkey vultures, which they hang out in Laramie at the university. When I was at the university, there was 0 turkey vultures. So I'm wondering why the recent influx of turkey vultures at the university. I don't get it, but we'll ask Mark about that. I know one guy said, if you're a vulture, I would love Wyoming. It's windy here, and they just love to ride the thermals, and there's wide open spaces and lots of things just dying of natural causes. Wyoming, a heaven for turkey vultures. We'll talk to Mark Hines coming up after the top of the hour. It's time for news. 2 hours down, 2 hours to go. It's CowboyStateDaily.com.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Decades after being shunned and spat upon, Vietnam veterans packed the National Museum of Military Vehicles for Wyoming Welcome Home Day on Sunday. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the museum's owner says, quote, "We have a chance to help veterans heal and give them the honor and recognition they didn't get."
It's an immersive experience. The owner, Dan Starks, he wants people to go in there and see it and understand it and really connect with other veterans to understand what they went through to support America. But in particular, he spent the most money on the Vietnam exhibit. He particularly wanted people to understand that war, to see what veterans faced. But it's a little too immersive for some of the Vietnam veterans who told me they went through it once and they won't go through it again because it just brings back too many memories.
Museum owner Dan Starks particularly wanted the Vietnam exhibit to be an immersive experience and spent the most money on that portion of his museum, which he says is the largest private collection of military vehicles in the world. Wyoming leaders and tech giants like Google, Meta, and Amazon will discuss whether the state can capture a share of the exploding AI data center boom at a closed-door Jackson summit this week. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Governor Gordon is saying this is a big deal for Wyoming.
He wrote to Cowboy State Daily, giving us a preview of some of his comments, and he compared it to some of the biggest moments in American history. He says Wyoming is poised to deliver the nation's needs on Wyoming's terms. One of the hosts, an economics professor from the University of Wyoming, he's saying this summit is part of what is probably going to amount to the largest mobilization of human and financial capital in the history of the planet.
A March 2026 report from Black Ridge Research identified Wyoming among the states where the Stargate AI infrastructure project, which is a joint venture, might expand beyond its initial Texas base. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. The land is one of Wyoming's greatest teachers. It shows us that carelessness has consequences, and thoughtful management creates abundance. Programs like Wyoming Agriculture in the Classroom and Wyo Wonders help young people learn how science, agriculture, and conservation work together. Our curriculum, WYO Wonders, is built for elementary students by Wyoming industry professionals. Use it for free now at wyowonders.org.
As spring and summer approach, you may be thinking of adding some trees, installing a fence, or any other excavation project at home or professionally planned. This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without first contacting 811. 2 full business days before you begin. This free service allows utilities to mark their service lines, preventing damages and outages, as well as keeping the public safe. So go to onecallofwyoming.com today or dial 811.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Retired Navy Master Chief Mike Archer has a message for whoever stole a trailer holding a collection of military medals from in front of a Cheyenne VFW post last week. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that Archer says the collection is valued between $30,000 and $50,000.
It was actually a pretty incredible collection. Every medal, every decoration for every branch of the military, for every war going back to the Civil War. Thousands of pieces. This collection even has 4 medals of honor, 1 for each branch of the service. But this whole really impressive collection that took them like 25 to 30 years to gather all these ribbons and medals and everything.
Archer calls the theft of the fully loaded white 16-foot cargo trailer the ultimate stolen valor because each of the decorations for the group exhibit represents a veteran's sacrifice. Bull sales in the Wyoming-Montana region are up 30% from a year ago as the trend in high cattle prices continues. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that most bulls are selling anywhere from $1,000 to $2,000 more than last year.
Bull prices are up in Montana and Wyoming. That is really good news for producers, for ranchers, for genetics companies. It also points to a constricted market for cattle. Cattle have seen a 75-year record low in population.
Driving the prices is a tight supply combined with America's big appetite for beef. As producers rebuild their herds, genetics are also becoming increasingly important. That drives the prices up as well. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
If you're watching this, I didn't make it. Thanks to people like you and the American Heart Association, my family never had to see this video. I was a healthy 47-year-old, no symptoms. But then my doctor discovered I had a bad heart valve that was beyond repair. The scariest day of my life was when I was sitting on a gurney. Deep down, you know, this could be it. This little heart valve did something really big. It saved my life. I wouldn't be here today without it. The research for this heart valve was funded by the American Heart Association. Since my surgery, I had a son get married. I had a daughter graduate high school. I had another daughter give birth to a precious boy. I would have missed all that. To learn more about the American Heart Association, go to helpheart.org today.
There we go. 6 minutes past the hour. Good thing I changed my screen. I did that a couple Saturdays ago. You know, you get in the zone, and, you know, I'm thinking about 18 things at one time, and just start rambling without going back to my screen, and nobody can hear me. So, yes, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Jeff hanging out with you. Filling in for Jake. Jake's in paradise. I won't tell you where I'm at. Day 1 is done of my 12-hour shift. Yes, I'm doing the morning show from 6 to 10, and then I go to my regular job from after the show until 6 o'clock at night. Yeah, pulling 12 hours, and then I come home and prep for the next day's show. I don't even want to tell you how late I was up last night. I'm feeling pretty good right now because I got, you know, coffee running through my veins. It'll be about 1 o'clock this afternoon when I'm sitting at my desk trying to keep my head up. That's when my head will be, like 8,000 pounds. Speaking of that, I need to go grab that to show you this. It's pretty amazing. But, so I got word that Mark Hines is on vacation. What the heck? Is he in paradise with Jake? We hope. But we were going to chat with him about Wyoming's turkey vultures. Because this is crazy to me. The turkey vultures are back. So yes, spring has arrived when the turkey vultures are back in Wyoming. But, people rush to judgment because all they say is they're ugly. They poop all over the trees, barf up pellets of leftover gristle, and who knows what else, and just hang around and look creepy. They are creepy looking. But they're very good to keep the landscape clear of rotting carcasses. But what I don't get is I was in Laramie. I graduated from the University of Wyoming. I don't know if I want to tell you when, because then that's going to date me and I'll be even older than hopefully you think. But in the story, it says there's a ton of them on campus in Laramie. There have been as many as 297 of them counted roosting on trees or on buildings around campus. They're mostly around the old main building or in clusters of spruce trees around 15th and Garfield Streets. Why is this? Vultures seem to like spruce, cottonwood, and popular trees. They don't seem to care much for pine trees. Nobody's sure why. They first started showing up around campus around 2010. So what changed? That's what I want to know. They sort of used that core group of spruces when they first arrived. They spread out to other trees. But yeah. This one, Anna Petrie, a PhD student at UW, says vultures are really precious and interesting bird to me. She understands that most people don't perceive vultures that way. She says most people find them to be stinky and gross, but I thought, that can't be fair. I need to learn more about them. I think they're pretty cool looking. That might be an unpopular opinion. I just want to know why they are here. And it says vultures are extremely quiet because they basically can't vocalize. They do a quiet hiss. Huh. Where else? They also said there's somebody else, or there's somewhere else in the state of Wyoming, like in Casper or something. But yeah, if anyone knows why they are in Laramie on campus, I don't think did they eat trash? Adult turkey vultures weigh about 4 pounds on average and have a wingspan of 4.5 to 6 feet. They're about the same size as a golden eagle, but weigh much less. There are written records of turkey vultures in Wyoming going back to the 19th century. Yeah, you used to see them, but not like this. Multitudes of turkey vultures roost in trees in Casper. So yeah, Casper and Laramie. It's funny. Though vulture poop is remarkably clean, it builds up over time. A lot of people like to talk about vulture poop. They poop a lot. People think they're creepy because they're ugly, but that's not their fault. Yeah, they have bald heads. They develop white facial warts called crunkles. Why? Is that old age? But yeah. They're trying to educate people about vultures and dispel some of the negative impressions about them. So they're not too bad. Don't come to Sheridan. Stay in Casper and Laramie. No, whatever. I love me some turkey vulture. Can you eat them? But yeah, and then I said earlier, if you were a vulture, I would love Wyoming. It's windy here. They love to ride the thermals. So maybe they've found the wind. There's wide open spaces. and lots of dead stuff. So yeah, perfect spot if you're a turkey vulture. Funny. Yeah, when I saw that they were in Laramie, I was just like, wow. I've never seen a vulture in Laramie. But now my son, I should have asked him. He's probably awake now. If he saw turkey vultures on campus. He graduated a couple years ago now. But yeah, he never mentioned it. Interesting, though, that they've taken over since 2010. I've been gone for a while, though. I even lived in Laramie back in the mid-2000s, and there was no turkey vultures. But yeah, spring is here when the turkey vultures arrive. Did you see this video of UConn coach Dan Hurley and the official at the end of the game? I referee basketball, and I did a ton of games this year. And this is the official is one that you see a lot. So maybe him and Coach Hurley have a relationship, or I don't know. People say that Coach Hurley is a psycho. He's crazy. But after the shot was hit what was it, 2 days ago on Sunday, he's keeping his team back. He's doing hugs. His coat's down. The official comes up and he puts his forehead. They rub foreheads, and then the official walks around him and goes to the table, probably to check the time or whatever, and then just kind of goes on with his business. But obviously Duke fans and people that saw this said he should have received a technical. Being an official, that's a tough call. Boy, wouldn't that be a tough call if you're an official? To do that with 0.3 seconds, UConn just hits a three, a miraculous three from almost half court to take the lead, and then you tee up the coach to give Duke 2 free throws with 0.3 seconds to go. I don't know. I mean, and it looks like Danny doesn't say anything to him. He's just, kind of rubs foreheads, kind of gives him the look. This is emotions just running crazy when this happens. But yeah, somebody on ESPN said they talked to Roger Ayers, who's the official. He said, "What are you talking about?" He literally didn't know what I was talking about. He said, "Nothing happened. That's social media trying to create something out of nothing because Dan Hurley's allegedly reputation." Which that's what I said. Coach Hurley has got a reputation of being crazy, being a psycho. He's over there huffing and puffing, jumping up and down. So the officials took all that the entire game. I guess what's a little forehead rub? But yeah, and then if you teed him up with 0.3 seconds to go, that's a tough call. I think you swallow your whistle right then. Unless he says something bad, I'm not going to do anything. Here's my OBS again. Doesn't like me. Now I'll go back to the front camera. It'll be frozen. Yeah, look at... I changed my lighting in here last night to try and get rid of Jesus's glow. So if you notice, my lighting's a little different today. I don't know if it's good or bad, but now I at least don't have that glow coming down on top of me. But yeah. So Mark's on vacation. That's all right, because we still have Kevin Meyer coming up. He's going to be joining us here shortly. And then Master Chief Mike Archer. Hopefully they found this guy. This is just awful. The Cheyenne thief that steals a trailer packed with $30,000 to $50,000 worth of military medals. That's wrong. It's just wrong every way you think about it. Reporter Renee Jean's going to be joining us in the 9 o'clock hour. Samantha Hopkins, this is going to be interesting. She's an academic expert in mass extinction. And even though the jackalope is mythical, Wyoming had an actual prehistoric rodent with 2 large horns on its head. Yeah. Yeah, she's going to be talking about that. I wonder if we could get a picture of that. I need to get a picture of it. It's crazy. And then Kevin Ramler is the director of the Wyoming State Museum in Cheyenne. He oversees exhibits, programs, and statewide museum initiatives. There's a story up on the website about a display, a Smithsonian voting exhibit that's going to be traveling around the state of Wyoming. And it's the final tour in the nation. And it's happening here in Wyoming. And I know it's stopping here in Sheridan. It's one of the stops here in the next couple of weeks. Also, I'll give them a quick plug. I had her on the show not last Saturday, but 2 Saturdays ago. Jessica Lynn. She's a country singer-songwriter from New York. She is going to be in Sheridan, Wyoming, Saturday, April 11th, for the 3rd annual REACH fundraising event. If you go back 2 weeks ago and listen to my interview, watch Jessica. She's there with her husband, Steve. Steve is going to be in town, too. He's putting on a guitar clinic on April 10th at Craft Brothers Music here in Sheridan, along with Grammy Award winner Larry Mitchell. It's free, $20 donation. If you're a guitarist, if you're a musician, how often is there a free guitar clinic? He's going to be talking about tones, guitars, a Q&A, probably do some jamming. I mean, Steve is an amazing guitarist. If you go watch some of his videos, what's his last name? It's like it's an Italian name. I'll find that for you, though. But him and Larry Mitchell are going to be in town Friday, April 10th at 2 o'clock. That's at Craft Brothers Music here in Sheridan. And then Saturday, April 11th at 7 o'clock at Sheridan County Fairgrounds. You go to wyotheater.com and get your tickets for the REACH, 3rd annual REACH fundraising event that's happening March 11th here in town, featuring Jessica Lynn, also Stereo Pilot. They're going to have some special guests. Larry's going to be there. They're going to be doing some incredible things. There's still tables available. Give Raleigh a call, 307-752-7712, if you're interested in being a table sponsor. 20 minutes past the hour. We'll chat with Kevin coming up next. We'll see if he's in the Zoom room yet. And then we got a jam-packed show. You can text the show. I was all excited. I thought people were going to have snow everywhere today. And no. It's just me. So, yeah. I see where the response from Kevin. He's a cowboy. We're going to be talking about cowboy things coming up next. Don't go anywhere. It's Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Jeff filling in for him right here on CowboyStateDaily.com.
JB Hunt now has CLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there? I got stuff. Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa. Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
"23 minutes past the 8 o'clock hour. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake right here on cowboystatedaily.com. Jeff filling in for Jake as Jake is on vacation this week. I am in Sheridan, Wyoming. Where are you at? Send me a text, 307-620-8866, however you're listening. Wherever you're listening or watching the show, we appreciate you tuning in. If you're on YouTube, right there on cowboystatedaily.com or on our Facebook page or X. Well, let's head to the Zoom room. As the one and only Cowboy himself is hanging out. Kevin, how do you pronounce your last name?
Meyer.
Meyer. That's what I thought, but I didn't want to say Mayor. Kevin Meyer, he's a cowboy. He's got unique experience with the presence in both the show arena as well as the ranch world. He was raised on a cow-calf operation in southeastern Wyoming. He's done it all. Where are you at now, Kevin?
I'm in Douglas right now.
Okay, you're in Douglas. No snow.
Not yet, but boy, it feels like there is moisture in the air. It didn't take me long to get the chores done this morning, feeding and whatnot, because that's a little cold.
Yeah, you were hurrying a little faster than normal.
I can deal with the dry cold way better than the wet cold. The old hands and knuckles, they tend to react a little differently to that wet cold.
Yeah, it's bone-chilling cold when it's the wet cold. Well, we have an article up on cowboystatedaily.com. You've got to like this. Wyoming and Montana bull sales up 30% from a year ago.
Yeah, that's great if you're the guy selling the bulls. If you're the guy trying to buy the bulls, that's maybe not quite as exciting for you.
Yeah, if you're trying to feed your family, it's probably not such good news when you're trying to buy beef at the store. But yeah, I mean, why is it? Is it inflation? Is it just everything else? What's driving this?
Well, there's a lot of things that are driving it, Jeff, which, by the way, I kind of like to refer to you as Jake with the deep voice.
There you go.
But yeah, I mean, this is not just a linear issue with cattle prices and the cattle numbers. That it all starts with the cattle numbers, but you know what a lot of people don't realize, they're starting to realize it more because the stories are coming out. It's really the packers that are in control of what the price of beef is going to be. But even the packers don't have a ton of control right now with the numbers being down as far as they are. And so, yeah, and all the inputs that go into a beef operation have gone up. You know, diesel prices, land taxes, and anything that you can think of that might cost to produce a pound of beef has gone up in price. And as much as people don't like the price they're paying at the store, really when you consider everything that goes into producing a pound of beef, it's pretty reasonable right now. And a lot of people wouldn't have noticed it except for the explosion in the popularity of beef and pretty much all animal proteins right now. It's gotten so popular now for people to go back to eating like we used to, eating real foods, not the processed foods so much. And people are trying to eat clean and eat a high protein diet. And there's even a lot of folks that follow what they call the carnivore diet, which is just meat. There's one guy out there, and he's kind of the guy who started it. All he eats is ribeye steaks and eggs.
Wow.
And as much as I love me a ribeye steak, I'll be honest with you, if that's all I ate every single day, that might get a little monotonous.
Yeah, I'm kind of that way, but it gets old. You got to mix it up sometimes, or I'm just kind of a creature of habit and eat the same thing all the time. I had an FFA kid on yesterday. He won like a national award for this CRISPR and this gene stuff. I couldn't understand anything what he was talking about. But even in this article, the genetic capabilities of bulls have made them so valuable. How much is genes and genetic and all this stuff? How much are you dealing with this as a farmer or rancher dealing with cattle, Kevin?
Pretty much that's your life. You become an amateur geneticist because we're trying to feed more people with fewer cattle, and we're trying to feed more people with fewer acres available to raise those cattle. So you have to get as much as you can out of an animal. I can remember growing up back in the 70s, our yearling cattle that, they were born and we kept them over for the next year and put them out on grass. So we were selling them after they're over a year old. They would weigh about 500 pounds, 600 pounds maybe. Now that's what we're weaning calves at. Our calves that are 7 months old are weighing 550 to 600 pounds. So they've got more body, they've got more bone, but more importantly, their frame size is bigger, but most importantly, they have more muscle on them, and that's the part that is important to us. But along with having more of the meat, we want higher quality beef. We want to make sure that it's the highest quality and it has tenderness and all of those things that the consumer is wanting when they go down to the store and buy a steak, or if they go to a restaurant and buy a steak, especially if you're going to one of the fancier steakhouses where your steak's going to cost you $45, which there's not many of us, honestly, that do that very often. But if we are going to lay down $45 for a steak, we want that thing to be the best steak that's ever crossed our lips.
Yeah. Yeah, we want that thing to melt in our mouth, for sure. Now, it says not just bulls are in high demand, but calves are as well. The calf market is up 38% compared to last year, and that's probably got to really hurt you guys if you're buying calves.
That makes it tougher. That does make it tougher. There's a lot of people that make their living by going to the sale barn and buying calves and then turning them out on grass pasture for the next summer to raise them up to sell them as yearlings before they go into a feedlot. And I've seen some crazy numbers that in the past that would never pencil out. It would never pencil out to make that work. However, what choice do you have? That if you're going to be in the cattle business, and cattle business is the ultimate gamble. That's everybody who's in the cattle business is just rolling the dice every year. They're preparing for the worst and hoping for the best. But as long as the cattle prices are holding, if you're buying one for $1 a pound and you can sell it for $1.50 a pound, that pencils out. Well, if you're buying them for $5.50 a pound and you can sell it for $6 a pound, and you've put 200 pounds of gain on that animal, well, that pencils out at a lot of times. Yeah. But all classes of cattle have gone up because right now there's a lot of people trying to rebuild their herds because they've had to deal with drought or having to sell off to pay some taxes or because the family, it's really hard for one generation to take over the ranch, especially in a lot of states where they have so many taxes when you're trying to transfer that sort of capital. So they're trying to rebuild their herds. So those young females, breedable females, are going for a lot of money. And then on the other hand, there's a lot of ranchers that are looking at these prices and maybe they don't have that next generation that wants to come back. And they just say, you know what? Now's a great time to get all of these cattle sold.
Yeah. Oh, it's crazy times with everything. What do you think about the PRCA moving from Colorado Springs to Cheyenne?
I think that's been a long time coming.
Yeah.
I think that is the perfect place for the PRCA to be. You know, back down there in Colorado Springs, when they first made their headquarters there, that was great because it was kind of a cow town at that time. It no longer is. I mean, that place down there has become the it place to be on the Front Range of Colorado. If you don't want to live in Denver, you just go south a little ways.
Yeah.
And so I think it fits in perfect to come to the daddy of them all rodeo. And I think that's going to spread. A lot more people will be able to see their museum and whatnot. And they just are getting closer to the rodeo community, and they're still very close to Denver for the National Western Stock Show, and but I think it's a great centralized location, and it'll be a great move for them.
Yeah, and it'll be sweet with Cheyenne Frontier Days, the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame, and the museum, and it's going to be kind of where the hitching post, or kind of in that hitching post historic district area, so that'll be cool too. That'll be right there.
Yeah, real easy access, real easy to get to. You're not gonna have to look for it very hard, and that no, I think when I heard that they were gonna do that, I thought that was a great move on their part. Which, if you know anything about the history of the PRCA, going all the way back to when it was called the Turtles Association, they haven't been known for their entire existence of making the best decisions all the time. So this one they dang sure got right.
That's good. Finally won. So how's the horse training business going?
It's going good right now. No different than cattle. Horse prices are still strong, and there's a lot of horse shows. It's really interesting that COVID just exploded the horse industry. Before COVID, the prices weren't that high except for the highest end of the show horses. And then during COVID, I believe that a lot of people just, they had to be at home, and they had horses when they were kids, or always had a lifelong interest in horses. And since they're trapped at home and having to work at home, they decided, you know what? I'm getting close to retirement and life isn't getting any shorter. I'm going to buy a horse. And boy, I tell you what, all you had to do was advertise a horse on Facebook, and you would just get hundreds of calls within the first day. Now,
wow,
it has slowed down a little bit on those lower end horses, but the higher end horses, the show horse world has exploded. Now, I don't know what these higher fuel prices this summer are going to do to that, but I will tell you one thing, and this is a little insider secret that I probably shouldn't let out. The horse industry is built on people that have made amazingly smart decisions throughout their entire life, making horrible business decisions because they love horses.
Yes, I could imagine that.
Because, they could have just as much fun with a boat, but instead they want to spend their money on something that can really easily just die overnight. But the amount of enjoyment and happiness that it brings to them, it's absolutely worth it. And I share that feeling, of course. I shared it enough that I've made it my life's work.
Yeah. Well, I love the line you say, I think a lot of cowboys could learn from the show world, but the show world could learn a lot from how cowboys ride and treat their horses.
Yeah. And, I said that years ago because I came from a straight cowboy background. And then I went into the show world. And of course, we cowboy people, we'd always heard all these horrible stories about how show people treat their horses and their whatnot. But really, what I mean by that is when a cowboy leaves the barn in the morning, he doesn't know how far he's going to have to go. He doesn't know how long he's going to be on that horse. And that horse is really responsible for his safety and him not having to walk home. And so cowboys tend to really take care of their horses as far as not overworking them, making sure that they stay sane and healthy and sound. And the show people, it can, and I've fallen into this trap myself. You've got a show coming up and there's a lot of money on the line to be won, and it's real easy to push.
Yeah.
And so what the show people can learn is you can get just as much out of a horse if you take care of them, both mentally and physically. On the other side of it, cowboys will make excuses for their horses. Well, he bucks in the morning, but that's all right. Well, as you get older, you find out that it's not all right. And what horse trainers that go into the show world are really doing is they are making every movement precise. It's all about precision because you are judged on the least little mistake that you make. And that's one thing I think cowboys could learn from the show world is it takes just as much time to train one to be precise as to let one be imprecise, because when you need that horse, if you've got something on the end of a rope, something big and heavy on the end of a rope, it's really, really nice if that horse moves off your legs and listens to every little cue that you are giving them. And that's what the horse show world is all about, is that precision.
Yeah. It's amazing what both sides of of cowboys or show cowboys and the differences and how they could learn from each other. That's an awesome statement that you made there. Easter, what are we doing this weekend?
Well, I'll start with chores and then do a few more chores, maybe do a little maintenance on the place, probably get bored and ride a horse, and then we'll have a nice big meal and respond to what the day is really about.
Yes. How many horses do we have?
Well, right now I think around the place our numbers are down. I think we're right around 20 or so.
Oh, okay. So not what's normal?
Oh, we've had up to 40 around here. We've had big numbers, but we're trying to slow down and do a better job on fewer head. And I know some trainers down in Texas that, of course, they have a lot of help, but they'll have 200-300 horses in training at a time. Those are the big, real professional show deals. So we're kind of slowing down. We have a couple brood mares and some babies from last year. So yeah, we're only riding about 10 head, I think now.
Okay. Well, that's good. Well,
which is still a pretty full day.
Well, yeah. That's still a lot, riding 10 horses in a day, but that's good. So it's this, what is it, manscreekhorses.com?
Yep, manscreekhorses.com. It's named for the creek that ran in front of the house that I grew up in on the ranch I grew up on in northern Albany County.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you can go check out Kevin, manscreekhorses.com, MANTZ, if you want to check out him online. But Kevin, thanks so much for coming on the show.
Hey, I appreciate it. Been enjoying listening to you.
Well, thanks a lot. Keep listening, and happy Easter.
Happy Easter. We'll talk to you next week.
Yeah. There's Kevin. Yes, manscreekhorses.com. It's 40 minutes past the hour. Coming up next, we're going to head down to Cheyenne. And Master Chief Mike Archer, if you go to cowboystatedaily.com, read the article, Cheyenne thief steals trailer packed with $50,000 worth of military medals. It's wrong. No matter how you twist it. Not good. But we will talk with Mike Archer coming up next right after the break. 41 minutes past the hour. It's cowboystatedaily.com.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com. Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for for news you can trust, your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool.
Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Come on. 16 minutes till the top of the hour. Jeff hanging out with you, filling in for Jake this week. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. As my cat's getting back on my lap. These cats, I don't know what to do. If I should just, leave my door shut. I don't know why. I reset everything this morning, hoping it would work. And, yeah, you see my cat just sitting on my lap here. Hanging out in the studio with me. She's everywhere. And then my other cat, he's on the ground here next to me. If you can see him here, let me see if I can move my camera. Yeah, there's Chunk. He's on the ground, sprawled out. And then there's Sonny in my lap. Yeah. Get my camera back up here if I can. Oh, I'm trying to reach and not move everything. There we go. Sorry. A little behind the scenes fun here in my home studio in Sheridan, Wyoming. Join the program. Give me a call, 307-620-8866. You can also text the show at the same number. And there's my frozen head. What is going on here? Don't mind me. I'll just keep talking. We're going to call Chief Mike Archer here. Master Chief Mike Archer. He doesn't like the video, so we're going to give him a shout here. Let me pull up my dialer. But yeah, just awful. If you go to cowboystatedaily.com, you can see the article there that some Cheyenne thieves steal a trailer packed with $30,000 to $50,000 worth of military medals. I mean, this is unreal. It was out in front of the Cheyenne VFW post last week. We'll see if Mike can keep it PG. I'm a little worried here. If you read the article that we interviewed him on, he drops a couple F-bombs, so we'll see if he can keep it clean this morning. He might have settled down a little bit since then, too. And I don't know, they have this on video, why they can't find these people. There it goes. It's ringing. See if we get Mike on here.
Oh.
Mike,
Hello?
It's Jeff with Cowboy State Daily. How you doing?
Pretty good. Yourself?
Oh, not too bad. I mean, we're just talking about it. You've probably cooled down a little bit, Mike, since this has happened.
Yeah, well, I've tried to stay cool.
Or maybe not, because why haven't they found these people? It's on video. What's going on?
Well, it takes time. There's a lot of trailers in town, and people like that have a tendency, if they're going to steal trailers, I kind of figure they had a warehouse or something. They took it and put it in.
Yeah. They're obviously hiding somewhere or just hightailed it right out of town.
Yeah, I mean, it had hail damage on the door side of the trailer and on top of the roof, so there's not too many trailers running around that have that, hail damage just on two sides, Yeah,
because it looks like every other trailer. It's a white trailer.
Yeah.
It's enclosed trailer. It's got a door on the side. But, yeah, you said there's hail damage on one side and on the roof? Well, that's...
Yeah. So that makes it kind of, one of one there, But I don't know. All you can do is wait and see what happens. I know the officer that I'm working for, or working with, and the investigator. They're doing their best. They've had it on that Crime Stoppers or whatever it is on TV, and we've had it on Facebook. On several different Facebook deals.
Yeah.
I'm just frustrated as hell because. People take stuff like that there, and if he had an idea what was in it, unless he was, even if he was in the military, that would be the lowest thing you would think, because all the years we worked to gather and get this stuff together and present it for the active duty retirees, disabled veterans, and the general public here in Cheyenne, it only means something to the people that served.
Yeah.
The people that put their lives online and, dedicated, whether they were career people or, whatever. It's frustrating, and that's all I can say right now. It's just frustrating.
Oh, it's definitely frustrating. Well, I'm thinking even if you're the worst criminal ever and you steal this thing and you open it up and see all this, I'd be like, what did I just do? This is, have a conscience. It's crazy.
That's it. It's only, it's a presentation of memorabilia and items for all the services. We had enough in the trailer there to do 50 tables, 50 displays.
Wow.
And my co-chairman there, Al Buss, he's a retired master sergeant out of the Air Force, and he's put a lot of money into it, more than I have. I put a lot of money in, but he goes all out. Just the idea that we had all those medals for every service, for every war, all the way back to the Civil War.
Oh, it's not just the money; it's the time. You guys have been collecting this stuff for up to 30 years.
Yeah, and it's. And it's not replaceable. You just can't go down to the store and say, I'll get a replacement. A lot of this stuff there is all the way back to World War II. We got Korean, we got Vietnam, Gulf, and a lot of people have given us items so that we could display them for their loved ones that are gone. We would take items on consignment if people wanted to have us show some of their family stuff for their lost, parents or fathers or brothers or whatever. And then we'd give them back to them after we had the showing. But a lot of people have memorabilia that they don't know what to do with. And we would advertise, we had stuff stolen before, but it got returned after we had replaced it with new medals. And, people just take those. They have no conscience whatsoever.
No.
No, they don't care.
Awful.
It hurts me. It just, to me, that's stolen valor.
Yeah.
That's stealing from the people who served and deserve those ribbons. And the people in the service are the only ones who really know what those ribbons stand for.
Yeah.
And why they got them.
Well, and like you said, so they had a medal and decoration for every branch of the service for every war dating back to the Civil War. I mean, so they put a price on this, but this stuff it's priceless.
Yeah, it is. You know, and we tried to, and we were continue to collect, you know, and this and that there. You know, I have some of the stuff I didn't put in the trailer. I still have left. It took us about 2 or 3 years to get the Medal of Honors, to get approval to have the Medal of Honors. And luckily, Al Buffs had them in a separate metal case. And so he has those. That's the only thing. We had medals, and we even had some of the real stuff from the windtalkers from World War II, the Indian Navajo windtalkers.
Wow.
We were lucky enough to get some of that. You know, that's very rare. You know,
man.
And I had gotten some Navy clocks, which are very rare. These were clocks that were actually I flew prop planes, real prop planes, not jet planes. And I had parts and stuff that we'd gathered overseas and off of PBYs. I was I don't know if I was the last guy, but I was one of the last guys to refit a PBY and have it shipped to the boneyard down there in Tucson.
Unreal.
So, you know, that meant a lot to us, you know, and I don't know.
It's your life.
You know, that's it. You know, I was in the Navy for 30 years, and I felt like I'm still in the Navy because we have the Fleet Reserve that helps me put it on and everything. Most of these guys are all career Navy and Marines and Coast Guard.
Yeah,
so a lot of people put in time and effort for this, you know.
Unreal. The Cheyenne Police Department investigated the theft. It was caught on surveillance camera mounted on the VFW post building and pointed right at the trailer. Because when was this last week?
Well, no, this happened in January, and I was gone for a couple of weeks.
Oh, okay.
And then when we come back, we have one of our things. We have bingos once a month, and usually as I drive around the VFW, the first thing I see is that trailer, and then the trailer was gone. You know.
Oh, geez.
I guess it's complacency. It sits there for a long time. People go by it; they don't think about it. You know. But to have the guy come out in broad daylight and with the camera, you know, it's too bad that I feel bad because I didn't put one of those hitch locks on it. But I understand those are even easy to take off if somebody wants it, you know.
Well, and I mean, like you said,
go ahead.
It's almost like they were staking it out because they knew what they were doing. They pull right up to it. The guy walks around the back like I don't know if he had a log on the tire or something holding it. So, I mean they knew what they were doing. It looks like.
Yeah. So they've been watching it for a while. I'm sure they did. I personally believe it's somebody that's has come up to the VFW. You know, we have pool tournaments. We have a lot of people from Cheyenne and around come up, and we have pool tournaments up there. You know, to me, it's somebody that has been in the building, has seen, you know, the trailer sitting there.
Oh yeah, and maybe even knows what's in it. But even if you know or have it, if they try and get rid of some of this stuff, I don't think they could, because then everyone's going to know where it came from.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's like, here, I want to make some money. I've stole this, so you know, I mean, you got to be really low.
Yeah,
you know, really. I'm just hoping that we can find it. You know, I don't think we ever get all that stuff back. You know, that's just the way the world is right now. You know.
I love your comment. Yeah. Don't piss off a bunch of old veterans and guys with guns. Yeah, you better hope the cops find you before Mike does.
well, that's just the way I feel. That's, you know, that right there. You know, some people think they could take advantage, you know, of other people. You know, and we might be older, but if I ever found out who it was, you know, I said that somewhat like that when the police officer was there. And I know that's not the right thing to say, but that's how I felt.
Yeah.
You know,
it's stolen valor.
So,
that's what it is. But yeah, Mike spent 31 years as a Navy aviator. Wow.
Yeah.
You liked it so much you kept going, Mike.
Well, let's put it this way. I was a draftee, and I got drafted in the Army, and I jumped lines from the Army to the Navy.
Wow.
My dad said, people didn't know that, but my dad told me I could. So when I got drafted back in the 60s, he told me I could jump lines, and they have to reclassify it to see if they got a billet for you. And so anyway, they classified me as an aviator.
Huh.
I was one of the last enlisted pilots.
Wow. So did you go to Korea or to Nam or?
Yeah, I did 3 tours in Nam.
Wow.
I did 2 tours with the Navy and 1 with the Army, with the helicopters, UH-1s.
Jeez.
So.
Yeah, Mike's seen it. He's been there.
Well, this is my hometown.
Oh, really?
And I'm very proud to say that, of course, the number of draftees from Wyoming are so small. They used to make fun of us when we went in because there's like only, I think we counted maybe 8 or 9 guys that were drafted out of Wyoming during Vietnam.
Wow.
So
that's crazy. Yeah, my dad was drafted. I don't remember if it was in the 69. Yeah, it was around then though too. And yeah, but just crazy. But yeah, so anyone knows any information, please give them a call. The detectives 307-633-6643 or 307-638-TIPS if you have any tip on it too. So hopefully we'll find it sooner or later and get most of it back. But yeah, we'll see, Mike. But thanks so much for coming on the show.
Well, thank you, sir, for taking the time. And whoever took it there, if they got a conscience,
Yeah. Hopefully it's eating at them.
I hope it does. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Sir.
Thanks, Mike. Have a great day. Wow. Just crazy. Yeah. 307-633-6643. It's about the top of the hour. We'll head to news. And then when we come back, we've got more guests. 3 more guests. Let's see if we can see who's coming up next. Renee Jean's going to be joining us right after the news. It's the top of the hour. It's CowboyStateDaily.com.
If you're watching this.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Decades after being shunned and spat upon, Vietnam veterans packed the National Museum of Military Vehicles for Wyoming Welcome Home Day on Sunday. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the museum's owner says, quote, "We have a chance to help veterans heal and give them the honor and recognition they didn't get."
It's an immersive experience. The owner, Dan Starks, he wants people to go in there and see it and understand it and really connect with other veterans to understand what they went through to support America. But in particular, he spent the most money on the Vietnam exhibit. He particularly wanted people to understand that war, to see what veterans faced. But it's a little too immersive for some of the Vietnam veterans who told me they went through it once and they won't go through it again because it just brings back too many memories.
Museum owner Dan Starks particularly wanted the Vietnam exhibit to be an immersive experience and spent the most money on that portion of his museum, which he says is the largest private collection of military vehicles in the world. Wyoming leaders and tech giants like Google, Meta, and Amazon will discuss whether the state can capture a share of the exploding AI data center boom at a closed-door Jackson summit this week. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Governor Gordon is saying this is a big deal for Wyoming.
He wrote to Cowboy State Daily, giving us a preview of some of his comments, and he compared it to some of the biggest moments in American history. He says Wyoming is poised to deliver the nation's needs on Wyoming's terms. One of the hosts, an economics professor from the University of Wyoming, he's saying this summit is part of what is probably going to amount to the largest mobilization of human and financial capital in the history of the planet.
A March 2026 report from Black Ridge Research identified Wyoming among the states where the Stargate AI infrastructure project, which is a joint venture, might expand beyond its initial Texas base. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. The land is one of Wyoming's greatest teachers. It shows us that carelessness has consequences, and thoughtful management creates abundance. Programs like Wyoming Agriculture in the Classroom and Wyo Wonders help young people learn how science, agriculture, and conservation work together. Our curriculum, Wyo Wonders, is built for elementary students by Wyoming industry professionals. Use it for free now at wyowonders.org.
As spring and summer approach, you may be thinking of adding some trees, installing a fence, or any other excavation project at home or professionally planned. This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without first contacting 811 2 full business days before you begin. This free service allows utilities to mark their service lines, preventing damages and outages, as well as keeping the public safe. So go to onecallofwyoming.com today or dial 811.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Retired Navy Master Chief Mike Archer has a message for whoever stole a trailer holding a collection of military medals from in front of a Cheyenne VFW post last week. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that Archer says the collection is valued between $30,000 and $50,000.
It was actually a pretty incredible collection. Every medal, every decoration for every branch of the military, for every war going back to the Civil War. Thousands of pieces. This collection even has 4 medals of honor, 1 for each branch of the service. But this whole really impressive collection that took them like 25 to 30 years to gather all these ribbons and medals and everything.
Archer calls the theft of the fully loaded white 16-foot cargo trailer the ultimate stolen valor because each of the decorations for the group exhibit represents a veteran's sacrifice. Bull sales in the Wyoming-Montana region are up 30% from a year ago as the trend in high cattle prices continues. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that most bulls are selling anywhere from $1,000 to $2,000 more than last year.
Bull prices are up in Montana and Wyoming. That is really good news for producers, for ranchers, for genetics companies. It also points to a constricted market for cattle. Cattle have seen a 75-year record low in population.
Driving the prices is a tight supply combined with America's big appetite for beef. As producers rebuild their herds, genetics are also becoming increasingly important. That drives the prices up as well. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
If you're watching this, I didn't make it.
Thanks to people like you and the American Heart Association, my family never had to see this video. I was a healthy 47-year-old, no symptoms. But then my doctor discovered I had a bad heart valve that was beyond repair. The scariest day of my life was when I was sitting on a gurney. Deep down, you know, this could be it. This little heart valve did something really big. It saved my life. I wouldn't be here today without it. The research for this heart valve was funded by the American Heart Association. Since my surgery, I had a son get married. I had a daughter graduate high school. I had another daughter give birth to a precious boy. I would have missed all that. To learn more about the American Heart Association, go to helpheart.org today.
Six minutes past the 9 o'clock hour. 3 hours down, 1 more to go right here on Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Jeff filling in for Jake. Jake's on vacation this week. However you're tuning in, wherever you're listening, I appreciate you supporting the show. Go check us out, cowboystatedaily.com. We're on YouTube, Facebook, X. My cousin and Casper send me a snap. She was watching. She said, hey, there's Jeff. So thanks for tuning in. Renee Jean, she's one of our reporters here at Cowboy State Daily. She is hanging out in the Zoom room. Good morning, Renee.
How's it going?
Oh, just wonderful. As my cat's trying to walk around and step on my computer and drive me nuts this morning, which is typical from her. But where are you at, Renee? How's the weather?
I'm here in Cheyenne. It seems pretty okay for now.
For now, yes. Wait 5 minutes.
5 minutes, it'll change.
Yeah, and hopefully you'll get some precipitation today. But so, I mean, you got the big story of the day. The finally get a home welcome for the Vietnam veterans, a decade late. Were you at this ceremony on Sunday?
Oh, not just a decade late.
Well, yeah.
We're talking 7 decades late.
Yeah.
Many of these veterans are, they're in their 70s, they're in their 80s. We are running out of time to properly thank these guys.
Yeah.
And that was the whole point of what happened in Du Bois with the Welcome Home Day there. Dan Starks was offered the opportunity to host Welcome Home Day and show the Lee Alley video. But he said, you know what? This is going to be about more than just the governor speaking, more than just the film showing. We're going to make this about Vietnam veterans. We're going to make this the welcome home they never got that they should have gotten. And there was I would say, kind of a ticker tape parade feeling over the whole thing. These veterans, many of them, big smiles on their face. It felt good for them to finally get this recognition that they have so long deserved. Many of them told me stories about how they were treated when they came back, about how people spit on them, called them names, called them baby killers, wouldn't give them jobs. One guy told me he lived out of a Scotch bottle for 7 years. Oh. That's how devastating the psychological toll was. And, if all the people who may have deserved spitting upon, these guys were innocent. Their country said, you're going here. This is what you're going to do. You're in the military. You have to follow your lawful orders, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
it's awful. My dad was drafted. We just had Mike Archer down in Cheyenne on, and he was drafted. So yeah, well, I mean, you're drafted. What choice do you have? There's not how much I can do.
Yeah, unless you're willing to be a draft dodger. Some people are willing to do that, but a lot of these guys weren't. These guys weren't the draft dodgers. They went and did their duty to their country, and then they came back and they were so mistreated. And so Dan, has an affinity for veterans. He has spent millions creating the National Museum of Military Vehicles. It is the world's largest private collection of military vehicles. You will find things there that you can't find anywhere else. The very first tank that rolled off the line that was christened by Sherman's wife, they broke a champagne bottle over that one. Well, Dan has it. You won't find it anywhere else because Dan Starks has it in his museum in Du Bois, Wyoming. Yeah. I love the story of how that came to be there. He was looking for a place to go heal. He'd spent all this time in industry, and he and his wife felt like it was time to step back and go someplace where there weren't many people. And they landed in Du Bois, but he has all these military vehicles that he wants to share with the world. And he's not going to move at this point. He likes where he's at. So I'm just going to build this museum right here. And if people want to see it, they will come. And they do. Hundreds of people were at the military museum, 600 plus at the military museum for Welcome Home Day.
Wow. That's awesome. And and you said it, the picture of Mr. Parks here, just smiling, just glowing.
Yeah. He's very happy. And I asked him, what does it mean to you? This is 7 decades late. What does it mean to you? And he acknowledged the lateness, but better late than never. And he just said, this means the world.
Yeah. Yeah. That's awesome that you can think that now instead of, still being bitter or resentment it's crazy. Dan Starks, this is impressive. And then he even without the machinery, He wanted to make this exhibit special. He spent the most money. I mean, this guy spent, like you said, he spent millions of dollars on this thing. He spent the most money on this Vietnam exhibit.
He did. He wanted this to be immersive. You know, the part of the problem, I think, with the way Vietnam veterans were treated is people don't really understand that war. They don't understand what he went through. They don't understand the outcomes. And so the exhibit is devoted to creating that connection for people who never went there, may have family or relatives who went there, to help them better understand that person and what they are going through, you know, why it might be that a walk in the forest feels bad to them. And you go to that part of the exhibit, and there's an actual forest there, the kind of forest that the Viet Cong were very comfortable in moving around. And there are surprises in that forest, the kind of surprises that soldiers had to deal with every day. And so, you know, Richard Parks told me he has seen grown men come out of that and cry over, you know, I just didn't know what that was like or what that would be like. And so it's a very eye-opening part of the exhibit.
Yeah, and there's some vets, they can't even go through it because it's so real.
Richard told me he went through it once and said never again. It just brings back too many of those memories. He doesn't need to relive that every time. And so that is part of the exhibit that he skips.
Yeah. Yeah. It says a guy pops out of a rat hole. And yeah, he said, that's just a little too much for me. Too much realism. But yeah, way to go. I mean, it's I have to go to this museum because I've not heard any bad things about this museum.
I can't think of a bad thing. The only bad thing maybe is it doesn't last long enough when you take a tour.
Yeah, and it's
you
in
don't
Du Bois.
get all the stories.
Yeah, a reason to go to Du
And
Bois.
the restaurant, and then you know you go to eat there, and the restaurants are all full because they're great, and there aren't enough of them.
Yeah. Park said he's seen grown men cry when they leave the exhibit. Just incredible what they're doing out there. Now we had Dale Killingbeck on yesterday about his amazing story with Lee Alley. So you got to watch the PBS documentary?
Yeah.
I mean, how was that? It had to be amazing.
It's a very touching story, you know. And after the documentary, they also had a panel discussion. So Lee took questions from the audience. I think that was a very touching part of the whole day. It was healing for many of these veterans to hear someone like Lee Alley, the Wyoming's most decorated veteran, talk about how the war also affected him. You know, all his life, people are touting his acts of valor. He doesn't feel like a hero. He feels like the war turned him into someone he didn't want to know.
Yeah.
And I think it was healing for these veterans to hear something like that from someone who is their own hero.
Yeah, for sure. To to hear somebody that was there firsthand and what he did for his guys was just amazing. And my dad was in Vietnam. He's a Vietnam vet. It took him years to even say anything about it. And Lee was the same way. I mean, they just hold this stuff in. And like you said, the guy living on a scotch bottle for 7 years. It's so awful what they went through. And then they get treated like crap when they come back, that they just suppress this for years and just eats at them.
Yeah. I've seen this throughout my 30-year career, and all the veterans that I've interviewed. It doesn't matter what the war was.
Yeah.
They all come back fighting a battle within. And that battle will determine if they are subsumed by what happened to them or if they, in some part, overcome it. Too many of these veterans are fighting that battle all by themselves.
Yeah. And don't know where to turn, or it's awful, or have the resources. Yeah, it's not good. But I mean, thank God that they had this event. Yeah, way too long in the making, that's for sure. But Lee, what was a lot of the questions that the vets were asking him?
You know, I think what really struck me about Lee's story was the moment when he had to confront his enemy, the guy who was trying to kill him and who he was in turn trying to kill. And they stood across from each other, and I think neither one knew what the other might say. And the first thing the guy does through an interpreter is he asks Lee, do you still have nightmares? Now, that could be a friendly or an unfriendly question,
That's
right?
true. Yeah.
Uh, so there was a little tension there, and Lee wasn't quite sure how to respond at first, but finally he just said, yeah, I do. And the other guy was like, yeah, me too. And they hugged each other and promised each other that from that day forward, they weren't going to have nightmares anymore.
Yeah.
What a moment.
Yeah. Incredible. And then Lee said, it cured me. Yeah, I don't have nightmares anymore. So it was just kind of closure. And how crazy. I don't know how did they say that how PBS found these guys in Vietnam that they were fighting with?
Well, so there was a little bit about some of the logistics of that. I think the biggest hurdle they had to overcome was the government. The Vietnamese government. That's not a free press over there. They didn't want anything coming out that would portray their country in a bad light. They wanted to make sure it wasn't going to be too political. I think they had to go over the script. So there were a lot of, logistics in bringing these guys together for this documentary, more so maybe than if Lee had just gone over there himself. But because they got the permission, they were able to get access to all these different things that they otherwise probably wouldn't have been able to do. So, I think in some ways, even though there was a little, I feel like from what I heard that there was a little censorship maybe from the government kind of clamping down on things you couldn't say.
Well, yeah, shocking.
And couldn't do. But they got expanded access because they did that. They had permission to do that. Nobody got thrown in jail. And so I think overall, the purpose of journalism was served to really shine a light on some of these things that our veterans are going through, even our most decorated veterans.
Yeah, well, in Vietnam, worried about bad press. After reading it, I was like, that's incredible. So it worked out for him, but
yeah,
amazing. I mean, Lee, just like he says, he doesn't think he's a hero or did anything. He's just, looking out for his guys. But what a story. He's fighting off the Vietnamese. There's like 200 of them. He's shooting guns. He doesn't want them to have them. He throws them in the river. And that's how the guy knew him or said that to him. And Lee's like, holy cow, you would not have known that unless you were here. That had to just like shock him when that happened.
Yeah, and I think the Vietnamese were actually kind of glad to meet this. They didn't know who that guy was that was holding them off and doing all that. And I think they respected him and they were glad to meet this person, even though he was their enemy at the time. They were glad to meet this person who had been so courageous.
Yeah, it's just an unbelievable story. I can't wait until it comes out on PBS so we can all watch it. But yeah, and there's an awesome story on cowboystatedaily.com by Dale. It just tells the story of it as well. But yeah, it's just amazing. The Military Museum. So yeah, so you highly recommend it, Renee.
I do. It's a great experience. Dan Starks himself leads tours on the weekends. I don't remember which days exactly, but I recommend it, getting that because he is just so good. The stories he tells, the way he weaves it all together, you really get such a holistic understanding of these wars, World War II, World War I, Vietnam, all these different exhibits. He's really helping you understand how these things fit into society, how these things affect your family members. It's very eye-opening. It's very worthwhile to do, even if it's worth the drive. I'll just say that.
Yeah, exactly. It's worth to go to Du Bois and check it out. Well, Renee, thanks so much for coming on and telling us about it.
All right.
There's Renee Jean. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye now.
9:21. I just wanted to say hi to my aunt. Ann's listening in Wickenburg this morning as well. And thanks for the Washington Redskins trash can. I loved it. She gave me a text about, well, you didn't like your Washington Redskins trash can? No, I had it all through college. I had it until the bottom rusted out. I wish I still had that trash can. Be worth some money now. Well, probably not anymore, but because I spit too many sunflower seeds in it or whatever. But yeah, whatever kids do. Let's see. Samantha Hopkins, she's got a cool story. Well, we're going to talk about a cool story. She is an academic expert in mass extinction, paleontology, climate change, and evolution at the University of Oregon. She is going to be joining us next. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back with more Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake right here on cowboystatedaily.com.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
25 minutes past the 9 o'clock hour here in Sheridan, Wyoming. It's Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Jeff filling in for Jake this week. You can send me a text, 307-620-8866. Little light dusting of snow here in Sheridan, Wyoming. I woke up to this morning. Let's check the text. Love the cats. Longtime cat owner here in Cheyenne. They are the best coworkers, and they can be around for a long time. My senior kitty recently passed after 19 years. Had her since she was a kitten. Enjoy all my kitty moments. I love my cats. I'm a cat guy, though. Cats love me for some reason. It drives my daughter nuts because she wants all their love and affection. But let's head to the Zoom room. Samantha Hopkins. She's a professor of earth sciences. Well, as I hit the wrong button here, Samantha Hopkins is a professor of earth sciences at the University of Oregon. We have an interesting story on cowboystatedaily.com. Wyoming's actual jackalope is an extinct horny rodent. When did we find this thing, Samantha?
This one was actually found a whole long time ago, back in the 1800s. The first of these that were described were like this guy W.D. Matthew back in 1890, something like that.
Wow.
So long time ago. This is Copen Marsh Bone Wars territory.
Holy cow. So when did they become extinct?
About 5 million years ago. The last ones we find are 5 million years old. So quite a while, but more recently than your dinosaurs, right?
Holy cow. So these things were around a long time ago. The skeleton on the story, this thing looks like a dinosaur. I mean, what was this thing up to?
I mean, the thing that's wonderful about the fossil record is all the weird animals, right? Like, as a paleontologist, like I love all the weird stuff, and Ceratogalus is definitely high on the scale, right? Like on the weirdness scale, this one's pretty high rated. They're kind of like a big woodchuck or like groundhog, but with horns in the middle of the face, like right on top of the nose. So, and when I say horns, I don't mean like little nubbins or something. We're talking like, big old 2-3 inch spikes on the middle of their face. Otherwise it looks like a groundhog that you stuck spikes on, basically. So like really crazy animals. They were like groundhogs. They dug holes and they lived in a burrow, but with a big old pair of pointy horns on their nose, because fossils, right?
Yeah. Well, it says that animals have horns for several reasons, but this thing was literally built different. It would take enemies head on with these things.
Yeah. I mean, the first time I saw one of these skulls, I was like, oh my God, what are those horns for? So, like a good, scientist, I was like, oh, I'll go see what people have published on this. And like, maybe somebody's written a paper to explain to me why these giant spikes are on its face, and there was a bunch of speculation and nobody had actually studied it. And I was like, well, clearly I now have a job to do, right? So, we looked at all the reasons that animals have horns now, and did a sort of a test looking at the different ways that would affect the function and the shape of the horns. And it turns out that the best explanation for the big old pointy things on this thing's face are as a defensive mechanism against predators. So they lived in a burrow. When they come out of the burrow, anything that lives in a burrow is more vulnerable. Like we've all seen, hawks grabbing gophers and prairie dogs on the minute they pop out, right? And these guys seem to have solved that problem by making themselves really, really pointy, right? So that's the best explanation we have for why they have horns on their face. Why some other burrowing rodent hasn't come up with this, I really don't know.
Well, exactly. That's what I was like. How do these things go extinct? They're tougher than everybody else. And then why doesn't a gopher now be like, hey, where are my horns at?
Right. Exactly. All the other gophers are like, what are we doing wrong?
I need some defense mechanism.
Right. Seriously.
Come on. But yeah, it's crazy. So, I mean, it was about as big as a gopher. So they're not that big. What were they eating?
Well, these guys are bigger than gophers, actually. So they call them horned gophers. They're not a gopher. They're not even at all closely related to gophers. They're related to this weird thing called a mountain beaver we have here on the West Coast.
Okay.
Mountain beavers are not beavers. So y'all are probably familiar with like beaver, Castor canadensis, right? It's a common species across the U.S. and these aren't those. They're like a totally different thing that somebody called a beaver for reasons we don't understand. But the modern ones are pretty similar in size to these jackalope-like rodents that we're talking about. So they're sort of like loaf of bread. I mean, like homemade loaf of bread size, not like, we're not talking grocery store loaf, right?
Yeah.
So loaf of bread size rodent. And so they're bigger than a gopher. They're more like woodchuck or marmot size, something like that, right? But yeah, they're they were living in holes. They're fighting off things that were trying to eat them seem to have been eating grass for the most part, or leaves and that kind of stuff. So, but they're really weird looking. And okay, paleontologists get stupid excited about teeth, mammal paleontologists in particular, because teeth are really hard and they preserve well in the fossil records. We get lots and lots of them. We're basically like dealing with the record of Cheshire rodents in the past, right? Nothing but teeth. And so the teeth in mylogalids, in these horned gopher things, are super strange. And I don't know how to describe it for the radio, honestly. Like they just don't look like anything else. The front teeth look like rodent teeth, right? They've got the big old buck teeth that make you a rodent, right? But they're molar teeth. They've taken the first tooth and made it bigger than all of the other teeth. So the molars are tiny, and they've got one giant tooth right up front. It's like this big round thing, and it's got all these funny little shapes on the surface of it that mean that when you find one, like even if all you've got is one of those teeth, you have this kind of rodent and nothing else. It looks like nothing else in the fossil record. They're totally wacky.
Yeah, because on the fossil in the article, it's got like two big front teeth and then kind of like a gap, and then the molars in the back, and they don't look like they're very big. Yeah, it's...
Right. Yeah, and I mean, that's the rodent thing, right? So rodents, one of the things that's funny about rodents is that the way they've reduced their teeth. So, like you and me, we have incisors, we have canines, we have bicuspids, and we have molars, right? Like we got the 4 different kinds of teeth in our mouth, right? And most mammals have at least some of all of the above. Rodents are like, nah, don't need that, right? So they've got, the pair of incisors up front, which is equivalent to like your 2 front teeth, top and bottom, right? They don't have canines. No canines, don't need them. Who cares? Nobody likes them anyway, right? They've only got the one tooth that's equivalent to one of our bicuspids. So that's what that giant tooth in the back of the jaw in these guys is. It's what we call a premolar. And then they've got 3 molars. So all rodents have no more than that, right? So they've got, no more than 4 teeth in each quadrant of the jaw, and some of them reduce from there. So they've given up on canines. They've given up on most of the bicuspids. They're like, meh, whatever. And so they're stuck, right? They can if they can figure out something to do with their front teeth, with those big incisors, they can do that. And then, the back teeth are just food processing. But the canines, which a lot of things use for defense, totally gone. Didn't have them. Haven't had them for tens of millions of years, right? And so you can imagine these guys presented with the problem of some new predators when badgers come in from Eurasia, when some new large snakes came in the Middle Miocene 15 million years ago, when these guys first show up. Like, bad news, right? Everything's coming down your hole to eat you, right? And so their solution apparently was to put big spikes on their face.
Yeah.
Right?
Grow some horns. It's kind of like the yellow-bellied marmots. We call them rock chucks up when we go up the mountains to shoot them, to blast them. And those things can get pretty big. But yeah, where do we get these names? Because you can say it. I was staring at it for like all last night going, how do I say this? Ceratogallus.
Ceratogallus. It really doesn't roll off the tongue, right? Okay, so this one has some history. So it's part of a bigger group called mylogalids. And mylogalids are, because of these funny looking teeth in the back that have, they're big, they're round, they have a bunch of little circles on the chewing surface. So they look like a bunch of little tubes or buckets in the middle of the teeth. And so when Cope named the first one, he called it Mylogalus, which means bucket tooth, right? Okay, weird, but fine. It's like Greek. We use Latin and Greek to make up these names. I don't know why. Somebody decided like that made it more like scholarly or something.
It sounded
cool.
Cool.
So that was the whole group. So then when Matthew described Ceratogallus, he's like, well, it's got to sound like Mylogalus because it's a mylogalid, right? It's got the same kind of like bucket teeth or whatever, but it's got horns. So we've got to say something about horns. So Cerato means horn, right? So it means horn bucket. No, just like, please no, right? I mean, this is where we end up with these names because nobody really entirely understands what they're doing, right? But yeah, it doesn't really lend itself to easy pronunciation. It's probably better if we don't say it out loud all that much.
Yeah. Well, and the horns are weird because it's not like an antler.
No. This is where the jackalope analogy breaks down a little bit, right? Like, when we think of jackalope, right? Jackalope's got, a rabbit with antlers like a deer, right? And I realize that on a radio show, my interpretive dance is not helping us at all here. But, the jackalope antlers are branching. They come from the back of the head, kind of, or sort of the sides, right? And in these guys, the horns are basically right between the eyes, right? So they're sitting right on the snout, and they go straight up, and they're a single, conical horn. Now, the interesting thing is that there is some shape variation in the horns that we see, and so some of the different species that we have of Ceratogalus are actually distinguished by the shape of the horns. So when they first show up, they have kind of these short, stubby, conical horns that are only maybe an inch long, if that. And then a little later on in time, you start to see some taller, more, pointy horns. And then by the time you get to the very end, like in the, 7 to 5 million years ago kind of range, the latest part of the lineage, you get these really tall, 2 to 3 inch long horns, and they're shaped different. So they're not just conical. In the type they are, but there's some other species. There's one that's like the middle, what we call the medial, the side towards the middle of the animal is flat. So it's like a D-shaped cross section. It's like, got a funny little beveled edge on it. There's a species described from a site in Texas where the posterior, the back side of them is sort of like scooped. So it's like a little bit arched on the back and then just straight conical on the front. So it's like a really fancy D-shaped cross section. It's not nearly as exciting as deer antlers. Let's be really clear. Like deer have the market cornered on funny looking headgear, right? But definitely some variety there. And people have speculated that maybe there was some like sexual dimorphism, right? So some like displays for the ladies or something that might be something to do with the funny shaped horns. I don't know. Sure. Right. Why not?
It's amazing what was out there. And these things, instead of the jackalope, here we go. We've got our own horned animal.
Right. I mean, jackalopes would be really satisfying. I still love to find that, but I haven't yet found the horned rabbit. That's not in the offing so far.
No, we're looking. We'll find
one.
Yeah,
right. I am. I tell you, man, I'm out there every year. I'm hunting. I clearly haven't done field work in Wyoming in 25 years, and so I will admit I'm not maybe looking in the right place. So maybe there's my problem.
Yeah. They're out there. We'll find them. Samantha Hopkins, professor of earth sciences at the University of Oregon. Thanks so much for coming on the show.
Absolutely. Great to talk to you.
Yeah, have a great day.
All right. Yeah, you too. Bye.
Yeah, it's just hilarious. She said she likes them because they're so weird. Very weird. You need to go to the article and look at the fossil of these things. Oh, it's crazy. But yeah, and the horns just coming right out of its head. And the teeth are weird. Yeah. There's one picture where a person's standing next to it, so you can kind of see how big they weren't tiny. They're pretty good size. That one fossil is, but yeah. Kevin Rambler, he's going to be joining us coming up next on the show. We'll take a quick time out and chat with him. He's the director of the Wyoming State Museum in Cheyenne. We've got a story. Museums put democracy on display as a Smithsonian voting exhibit tours Wyoming. That tour is going to be happening in April, and it's coming right here to Sheridan. We'll tell you where else it's coming. And it's the final stops of the tour in the country. So it's pretty special that it's coming to Wyoming here for the final leg of the exhibit. But we'll chat with Kevin coming up next. Stay with us. It's Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake right here on CowboyStateDaily.com.
JB Hunt now has CLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
$16 minutes until the top of the hour. Tuesday, March 31st, your final day of March. Do you have an April Fool's joke ready for tomorrow? I have to think of some today before tomorrow. Jeff hanging out with you here, filling in for Jake this week. Jake's on vacation. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake right here on CowboyStateDaily.com. You can also stream us on YouTube, Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, and Facebook. The Voices and Votes traveling exhibit on American democracy and voting history will begin a 6-stop tour across Wyoming starting April 18th in Sheridan. It's based on a display at the Smithsonian's National Museum of American History in Washington, D.C. And Kevin Ramler, the supervisor, is joining us in the Zoom room. He's a supervisor of exhibits and program at the Wyoming State Museum in Cheyenne. Good morning, Kevin.
Morning. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming on the show. Boy, this Voices and Votes traveling exhibit on American democracy coming to Sheridan first. Tell us about this exhibit.
Yeah, so this is part of this program from the Smithsonian called Museum on Main Street. It's been around since the mid-90s, and the program basically takes exhibits in the Smithsonian museums, all the different types of museums, and puts them into a traveling exhibit kind of format, condenses them, and then gets them out into communities around the country so that we can bring a little bit of that Smithsonian exhibitry and it's that Smithsonian content to the communities, in this case in Wyoming. And so Voices and Votes is, as you said, based on the Museum of American History exhibit that explores the history of self-governance in America, going back to the American Revolution and all through current events.
Yeah, the American democracy from the Revolution and suffrage to civil rights and casting ballots through historical photos, videos, multimedia, interactives, reproduction, artifacts, and campaign memorabilia. I mean, I don't know if this is the picture that we have on the story, but this thing looks pretty sweet. I mean, there's everything. There's a lot going on here.
Yeah, it's a very cool, high quality exhibit, and there's a bunch of great material that's coming, historic photographs, and as you said, reproductions of some artifacts, great interactives and videos for people to kind of explore in more depth if they like to, as well as material to help the museums that are hosting put on programs so that they can kind of help their members and their communities explore what it means to be part of a representative democracy in 2026.
Yeah, there's also some special tie-ins to the states, their unique voting histories. Does it have something about Wyoming and pioneering efforts for women?
So in this case, part of the goal of this whole program is then to get the museums that are hosting to go into their collections and be able to tell part of that story through the things that they have. And so Wyoming obviously has a really important place in the history of voting in the U.S. as the first state to recognize women's right to vote. And so the different museums that will host it will be able to explore that story, that unique Wyoming story, as part of the bigger national story about the history of voting and also not just voting, but also other ways that citizens can express their political will through, political parties, through protests, through petitions, and those sorts of things.
Yeah. I mean, you can say this is good or bad. You're like, well, why did it take so long to get to Wyoming? But it's also cool that this is the last state that this thing's going to be at.
There's a whole process behind, how it gets to different states, and the states have to apply to host it. But, I think we're really fortunate to have it here in Wyoming, not only as the last place that it's going to visit, but because it's the 250th anniversary this year, of course, the Declaration of Independence of America's founding as a country. And so it's just a really great time to be able to look back at that history and reflect on that and reflect, maybe into the future, what we want to see for our country over the next 250 years.
Yeah. So it's in Sheridan. Where else is this thing heading?
After Sheridan, it'll come down here to the State Museum in Cheyenne. We'll have it for a couple months. Then it goes up to Fort Caspar and Casper. Gillette at the Rockpile Museum in the fall, and then the Washington Museum in Worland, and it wraps up its last stop in Powell at the Homesteader Museum.
Because how long is it at each spot?
So just about 2 months. So
okay.
It'll actually wrap up in the beginning of next year, spring, or kind of early spring, late winter of 2027, February and March, up in Powell.
Okay. Yeah, because I was like, hopefully it sticks around for a while. There's a lot going on here. So that's good.
It's a lot, and we want to give people a chance to get there and see it in their communities, or hopefully if they're nearby to one of those communities, get a chance to drive in and check it out.
Yeah. Do we know what each host community is going to be talking about? Is it going to be the same theme in Wyoming? What's going to happen?
It's up to each individual museum to decide. So I know, some museums maybe have older voting machines that were decommissioned and then donated to the museum, so they can get those out and talk about it. But each museum will bring their own kind of unique approach based mostly on their history and what they have in their collection. Here at the State Museum, one of the things we're planning is we have a flag that was presented by Esther Hobart Morris to Governor Warren in 1890. It says, "To Wyoming from her women." It was embroidered and is kind of made and presented to celebrate Wyoming's state constitution being the first ever to recognize women's right to vote. So that'll be one of the things we bring out. I'm looking forward to see what the other museums can find to support this and the interesting stories, because, I think we all know that, the story of representation isn't just about national stuff that goes on in DC. It's your local city council, your local school boards, your county commission, and then all the way up to the federal delegation. And so each of those different museums will have the ability to tell their story about their community.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, and you said it. It took a grant to get this thing here. How difficult was it to get to the state of Wyoming?
I think it was just a process, and there's kind of a weird story behind it, but this whole Museum on Main Street program used to be managed by the Wyoming Humanities, and then they got some cuts at the federal level, but they'd already booked this. They kind of had been out looking ahead 3 or 4 years ago and said, we want this in Wyoming in 2026. They got it booked. They lost a bunch of their funding, and the State Museum was fortunate to be able to step in, pick up that project, and then we got a grant from the state's 250 task force that's doing grants to communities to celebrate the 250th, and that's what's supporting it. This tour for the next just over a year, or just about a year.
Yeah, you mentioned it earlier. It's coming to Sheridan, where it'll remain through mid-June. Then it heads down to Cheyenne starting June 20th through early August. From there, it travels to Fort Casper Museum in Casper for August through early October, and then in Campbell County to the Rockpile Museum in Gillette from October 10th through November 28th. Then it goes to Worland, December through January 2027, and then wraps up in Powell from early February through the end of March. So if you're listening all around the state, don't worry. It's going to be close to you, somewhere within driving distance, so everyone can check this thing out. It seems like, the museum here in Sheridan's doing pretty good. We even got a museum out at Sheridan College. How's museums doing around the state?
It's a bit of a mixed bag. I think we see that cultural tourism is a growing part of the economy, and so there's more people coming to the state and the opportunity to capture some of those folks. At the same time, as federal and other budgets kind of continue to fluctuate, that hits museums sometimes. Those are the ones who often see cuts. So, I know I saw some data recently from the Alliance for Historic Wyoming and the Colorado-Wyoming Association of Museums, and I think it really does present a mixed bag. Some museums are looking really great, some of them are struggling, and I think it's just good for people to go out and visit those, because those museums, especially the ones in the smaller museums in the different communities, those may be the only place that ultimately will be able to preserve the history of that community. And so it's important for folks to get out there and visit and support their local museums.
Yeah, definitely go check it out. We've got a couple of good ones here in Sheridan. Because, the 250th anniversary of the Constitution, and then we have this here. That's got to be awesome for you, Kevin.
Yeah, I think it's really great that we were able to pull this off, and with the help of the humanities back when they got the ball rolling on this, to make those two things line up is just really awesome. And what a great way to think about how we want our country to be, and that kind of continual process. I think that's the important theme for this exhibit is, it's not a fixed thing. It has been through the whole history of this country, a continual process of understanding where we want, how we want representation to work. And that is ongoing, and something that as citizens, we should be excited that we get a voice, to be able to shape the future of our country. That's not something that people around the world, get. It's something we shouldn't take for granted.
So have you seen this exhibit?
I've only seen the photos, actually. So I'll be excited to see it. I'll be up there in Sheridan for when they're setting it up in a couple weeks here, and that'll be the first time I'll actually see the whole thing put together too. So I'm excited to see that, and we have a representative from the Smithsonian that'll be coming with it to kind of help teach us all how to put the thing together as it moves across the state.
Well, yeah, because you got to know, being a curator, what you're coming into, or what's coming into your museum.
Yeah, exactly.
Because this thing doesn't look small. It's like, well, clear out half the room, fellas, because this thing's coming. So,
yeah, that's right. We had an application for the different museums to, we put it open to any museum in Wyoming to apply to host it, and the museums that applied are the ones we selected. And they had to be able to find some space to put this thing up. So we're glad that enough museums in the state were able to step up and say, hey, we want to have this in our community.
Voices and Votes, the traveling exhibit on American democracy and voting history, starts April 18th in Sheridan, then goes all around the state. You can go check out the article at cowboystatedaily.com. But it's going to be awesome. I can't wait to see it. Kevin, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. I hope everyone gets a chance to go out there and check out this exhibit.
Yeah, for sure. There you go. Have a great day. There's Kevin.
Bye.
Yeah, go and check out the article. If you're around the state and want to know where it's coming, it's down at the bottom. You can see where all the stops are going to be. But yeah, Kevin Rambler, the supervisor of exhibits and programs at the Wyoming State Museum in Cheyenne. Big thanks to Kevin to come on and bringing this to the state of Wyoming. That's pretty special. But yeah, big thanks to everybody. Thanks, Kevin, for coming on. Appreciate it. Had another jam-packed show. think we had 10 guests this morning. Big thanks to Senator Ogden Driscoll for coming on and chatting a little bit longer than he probably thought this morning with us. Christine, I don't want to blow her last name, in Pittsburgh, coming on about the sovereign citizens. You can go check out that article on the website. Master Chief Mike Archer, if you know anything about the thieves that stole the trailer packed with all of the valor down in Cheyenne, go and check out that article and call the tips number. It's just awful. And then Samantha Hopkins, we just heard from her about the mythical jackalope or our own version of the jackalope that's here in Wyoming. That article is up on the website. And then Kevin, who was just on the show from the museum. But yeah, big day. It doesn't end tomorrow. No. Let's see what we've got coming on. We've got Megan Dagenfelder on tomorrow, the superintendent of public instruction. She's also running for governor. That's going to be a great interview. A couple of our reporters, Andrew Rossi, Claire McFarland. Also, singer-songwriter Jennifer Alvarado will be on tomorrow. Jared Petrino is going to be on the show, so another packed show tomorrow. You can always join the program. Give me a call, 307-620-8866. You can text the show. Tell me about your cats. Let's see here. Why can't I see my stuff? My computer not working. Come on, computer. Here we go. See if anybody texted me. No, not since the lady with the cats. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching on YouTube. We'll be back again tomorrow. Good morning, Jeff. Good morning from Oceanside, California. Wow. What's her view of our weaponized legal system? I missed that one. Good morning, Paul, wherever he is from. So not too bad weather-wise the rest of today. Should be done with our snow. It's supposed to get a little bit windy. And then tomorrow, we'll chat with Don Day around 7:20. Supposed to have precipitation tomorrow, Thursday. Oh, actually, it changed on my weather app already. Now it says rain the next 3 days. Mixed precipitation on Friday. Friday is the coldest day with highs around 35. But yeah, it's not going to get too chilly. Looks like the road is thawed out a little bit. I think my mom is on her way home from Wickenburg. My aunt is listening down in Wickenburg. I don't know how long she's hanging out down there, but I got a text last night from my brother that said my mom was on her way home. So we'll see. Safe travels, Sheila, if she's out there listening to the show. I know she was listening yesterday. But check out the website for all the articles. Thank you so much for listening. Have a safe and wonderful Tuesday out there. Tomorrow's April Fool's. So what are some good April Fool's jokes? What can we pull off tomorrow? We'll try and find something. If you got a good one, send me a text. Send me an email, jeff@cowboystatedaily.com. You can email me there or text me on the text line 307-620-8866. At the top of the hour, we'll catch you back here tomorrow for 4 more hours of fun.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Decades after being shunned and spat upon, Vietnam veterans packed the National Museum of Military Vehicles for Wyoming Welcome Home Day on Sunday. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the museum's owner says, quote, "We have a chance to help veterans heal and give them the honor and recognition they didn't get."
It's an immersive experience. The owner, Dan Starks, he wants people to go in there and see it and understand it and really connect with other veterans to understand what they went through to support America. But in particular, he spent the most money on the Vietnam exhibit. He particularly wanted people to understand that war, to see what veterans faced. But it's a little too immersive for some of the Vietnam veterans who told me they went through it once and they won't go through it again because it just brings back too many memories.
Museum owner Dan Starks particularly wanted the Vietnam exhibit to be an immersive experience and spent the most money on that portion of his museum, which he says is the largest private collection of military vehicles in the world. Wyoming leaders in tech giants like Google, Meta, and Amazon will discuss whether the state can capture a share of the exploding AI data center boom at a closed-door Jackson summit this week. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Governor Gordon is saying this is a big deal for Wyoming.
He wrote to Cowboy State Daily, giving us a preview of some of his comments, and he compared it to some of the biggest moments in American history. He says Wyoming is poised to deliver the nation's needs on Wyoming's terms. One of the hosts, an economics professor from the University of Wyoming, he's saying this summit is part of what is probably going to amount to the largest mobilization of human and financial capital in the history of the planet.
A March 2026 report from Black Ridge Research identified Wyoming among the states where the Stargate AI infrastructure project, which is a joint venture, might expand beyond its initial Texas base. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. The land is one of Wyoming's greatest teachers. It shows us that carelessness has consequences, and thoughtful management creates abundance. Programs like Wyoming Agriculture in the Classroom and Wyo Wonders help young people learn how science, agriculture, and conservation work together. Our curriculum, Wyo Wonders, is built for elementary students by Wyoming industry professionals. Use it for free now at